never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Like it's about time to get the party started, right? Close out a Monday. Moving into the midway point in the month of June. We're right there, halfway, 15th day of June in a 30-day month. Halfway there, wow. Hard to believe half the month of June's already gone, and we're 5 days away from the official kickoff of summertime. Summer arrives this Sunday, coinciding with Father's Day, no less. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. What are we looking at? Yeah, we've got a little bit of severe weather over in Horsefeather's neck of the woods tonight. Had a line of strong thunderstorms that had pushed through the D.C. area, from Wilmington down to Baltimore and Alexandria, Virginia. Yeah, this line's still packing a punch. I'm looking at numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, most of the heavy action is now east of Baltimore. Let me see here. Washington, D.C., you're still in the rain. The heaviest of the storms are now pushing into east central portions of Maryland. Yeah, rolling through northern Delaware. Looks like Dover. You're going to see some strong thunderstorms coming up here in the next hour. This line that extends all the way up to the southeastern portions of Pennsylvania is pretty much, you've cleared Philadelphia. You have another line that may be bringing a few more scattered showers coming up. It should not be severe. Southern New Jersey, then looks like the heaviest stuff's off the coast east of New York City. Had a strong line just pushed through Brookhaven in the last little bit. So this storm system pushing off from northwest to southeast. It will continue to push offshore as we progress on into a Tuesday here. Now, kick back a little further to the west. Got some additional showers extending through northern portions of Virginia, southern West Virginia. A few rumbles of thunder now. Everything south of Charleston going to be moving. It looks like eastern portions of Beckley, West Virginia. You're going to be clipped with some pretty heavy rains here in the next little bit. On back into central portions of Ohio, there's another cluster of showers, a few pockets of heavier rain, not producing anything as far as severe weather, but a pretty strong thunderstorm just to the north of Lancaster, Ohio. Most of the action is north and east of Columbus. I guess our friends there in Mount Gilead at the headquarters for Hotshot Secrets, seeing some of that rain tonight. Got rain stretching from Marion, Ohio to Belleville down to Mount Vernon. Showers going to be pushing through the Zanesville area. This action moving from northwest to southeast. It'll be crossing over I-77 there in eastern Ohio over the next couple of hours. Again, the intensity is going to be dropping off, so the heavy rains will continue to get lighter and lighter as it progresses off to the east. 24 hours ago, we were talking about the possibility of some tropical development. Boy, a lot has changed in 24 hours. We went from a low probability of development in the Gulf of Mexico to a medium chance of development. They've bumped that up now to a high chance of development over the next several days. So we're going to be breaking down what's taking place. The Gulf Coast is pretty much on alert from southeastern portions of Texas all the way across to the Florida Panhandle. But let's start with Tropical Depression number 2, which rapidly developed off the coast of North Carolina this past morning. Forecasters say this system may strengthen further. The potential that it could become actually the second named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Exactly 2 weeks into the season, if it does, it would be given the name Bill. Now, it's about 105 miles east of Cape Hatteras. So it's definitely far enough off the coast. We're not looking at concerns for landfall impact along the East Coast. It's actually moving to the northeast at a pretty fast clip, like 21 miles per hour. So even though it's not a threat as far as a direct hit, it is going to be churning up the seas offshore. That'll be a concern for shipping and fishing interests as this rather small system passes eventually just to the east of New England. It's possible we could see a brief period of rough surf in eastern Massachusetts, Nantucket, and Martha's Vineyard later today. It's the warm waters of the Gulf Stream that have been nurturing this system over the weekend, and it could continue to do so long enough in the short term to actually become a tropical storm. Again, thus garnering the name Bill. Further development of the Gulf Stream system could occur at any time on into the day today. The lifespan of this feature off the U.S. coast is going to be rather short-lived, though. Strong winds with this developing southward dip in the jet stream there in the northeast. That's going to prevent landfall in the U.S. It's going to whisk the system away at increasing speed as we head toward midweek. But as the system moves further to the northeast, obviously progressively colder waters will lead to its eventual demise. It's predicted to transition from a tropical feature to a non-tropical feature as it moves on out to sea. Let's see, this system following just weeks after the first storm of the season, we had Anna, that did indeed develop into a tropical storm just northeast of Bermuda. It was a very brief lifespan as well over the middle of the Atlantic. Forecasters have been keeping a close eye on a few different areas of the basin for development. The other area, as I mentioned, is going to be the Gulf of Mexico. Let's jump on over to that story before we get to the heat wave out west in parts of the central USA. As we said, Monday marks the 2-week point in the Atlantic hurricane season. Yeah, now whether a named system develops in the Gulf or not, forecasters are cautioning that plenty of tropical moisture is going to arrive in parts of the southern United States, areas that have been dealing with torrential rain and flooding through much of May and the first half of June here. It may make matters much worse for some of the hard-hit communities. Forecasters have now given this disturbance in the Gulf, as I said, a high risk of development. Clouds, showers, and thunderstorms have been forming and kind of dissipating over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico since late last week. To date, wind shear, some dry air, and the proximity to land have been keeping this system from forming. But those factors probably will continue through midweek. After midweek, though, the disturbance churning over the Eastern Caribbean Monday is going to drift toward the region around Thursday, and that could provide a spark to initiate that tropical development. If something does form, odds favor it not becoming very strong, but you're going to have some wind shear north of that feature that's going to be rather high later this week. So any attempt to move northward, it's going to cause the tops of the thunderstorms to be blown off to the northeast. Now, wind shear is probably going to be a pretty constant negative impact on development as the system tries to move northward later this week. So such a system may become no stronger than a tropical storm. But you don't have to have a powerful hurricane to produce the torrential rainfall and major flooding. So flooding remains the main concern with this feature in the Gulf, adding that that will be the case no matter how strong the system becomes as it moves toward the southern U.S. Now, because of the likelihood of significant southwesterly wind shear as it moves northward, we could see a sweep of dry air that will keep the bulk of the rain away from much of the Texas coast, except for areas maybe northeast of Galveston Bay. That would form a plume of tropical moisture, bringing downpours into Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle, possibly as early as this Friday, then lasting through the weekend into early next week. Now, exactly how much rain falls and where is going to depend on the exact track and intensity of this system. A moderate tropical storm may focus heavy rain in a more concentrated area. If it remains a poorly organized feature, it may spread out rain over a much broader area. Now, a track into Louisiana or southern Mississippi would focus more rain along the central and northeastern Gulf Coast. On the other hand, a tropical storm tracking toward the Texas-Louisiana border might trigger heavier rain as far west as the upper Texas coast, especially across southwestern Louisiana. Now, the amount of rain is very speculative at this point in time. There is the potential for a foot of rain to fall in some locations, a general 3 to 6 inches of rain along and inland of the central Gulf Coast. Now, rain of that magnitude, even if it's spread out over several days, will again lead to low-lying area flooding, street and highway flooding at the very least, as that runoff works its way into the bayous and rivers. Rising waters could inundate some unprotected communities by next week. So again, they're kind of putting the Gulf Coast on alert for this particular system. Meanwhile, if you're anywhere out west, if you've been moving freight out there, you know it is just downright cooking, as this hot pattern is setting dozens of daily record highs and potentially setting all-time new high marks for the month of June as a whole. Again, the intense heat has prompted the National Weather Service to issue excessive heat watches and warnings throughout California, southern Nevada, western and southern Arizona, as well as Utah. And this is going to last pretty much through the entire week, all the way into Friday. Hot air started to build in over the weekend. Sunday, records falling in Arizona and California, even parts of Wyoming and Idaho. One of the longest standing records to be broke was Salt Lake City, when you topped out at 102 degrees. You broke the old record of 100 from back in 1918. Other highs, records that fell: Stanley, Pocatello, and Idaho Falls, Idaho. Safford, Tucson, and Nogales, Arizona. Rock Springs and Laramie, Wyoming saw records. Anaheim, California, as highs in the 80s, 90s, and even triple digits were recorded. We're talking temperatures more typical of July and August for that part of the country. Forecasters expect these midsummer-like conditions are going to persist as the jet stream bulges way up to the north, allowing that hot air to continue to flow into the western half of the country. That's kind of an unusual pattern where the jet stream is way up into southern Canada out west, but then takes a nosedive through the east, and that's going to allow some cooler temperatures to finally begin settling in to much of the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley, even down into the Tennessee Valley region. But for the moment, no easy way to say this, it's just going to be hot for a long time this week out west. They're predicting Salt Lake City's going to tie or break record highs again today and probably Wednesday, with temperatures near or topping the 100-degree mark. This past day, Salt Lake City International Airport, Monday, I guess technically it's still Monday there in that time zone, but you had a record high of 101 degrees, nearing the city's all-time high. Salt Lake City also saw the previous record of 96 degrees fall to triple digits. Temperatures hit, again, 101 degrees. Today, Salt Lake City's all-time record for June of 105 degrees could actually be tied or broken, they're telling us. And you're looking at a record for consecutive triple-digit days. 4 could be challenged today. Yeah, through at least Friday, Phoenix is forecast to challenge or break the high-temperature records each day. Highs solidly above 110 degrees. You've got a significant chance to tie or break your record for consecutive 115-degree days. The old record is 4 consecutive days. Monday, the city saw your high of 113 degrees. Las Vegas, another area that's baking right now, another level through the middle of June. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, forecast to approach or reach that 115-degree level. You know, even in the hottest part of summer, it's kind of unusual for Las Vegas to reach that mark, 115 degrees. Then, of course, so we talked a bit last evening about Death Valley. Wow, another location familiar with triple-digit temperatures. Absolutely scorching through midweek. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the high temperature will be within about 10 degrees of the all-time ever recorded in Death Valley at 134 degrees. Probably going to be looking at Wednesday and Thursday, 123, 122 respectively. Yeah, with this abnormal level of heat across the entire Southwest, cooling demand is on the increase. We've talked about this several nights in a row now. That's going to put a strain on the power grid, which, you know, on one hand almost makes me chuckle, because we need to electrify everything. We need electric cars, electric trucks. We need everything needs to go electric. Well, here we go. It's not even officially summertime yet, but the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, which controls the flow of about 90% of the power grid in Texas, already asking residents to conserve power for the rest of this week as temperatures in the state are surging. The council says the power grid will likely be tighter due to a high number of forced generation outages. Monday afternoon, data from the Electric Reliability Council indicates forecast demand may exceed capacity during the peak heating hours during the afternoon. It's not expected to change much during the entire week, with temperatures close to 100 degrees. We will be conducting a thorough analysis with generation owners to determine why so many units are out of service. This is unusual for this early in the summer season, according to the president of the Grid Planning and Operations. Generator owners told the Reliability Council 12,000 megawatts of generation are currently out because of repairs, most of which were unplanned and unexplained, they say. About 8,000 megawatts of that is from thermal. The rest is intermittent resources. The generator owners added they expect the number of outages to decrease gradually as the week goes on. Now, they note 1 megawatt can power about 200 homes on a summer day. That's 1 megawatt. Yeah, there's 12,000 megawatts that are offline right now. On hot summer days, the Sommers seasonal assessment of resource adequacy estimates a typical range of outages from thermal generation at about 3,600 megawatts. That's not consistent with fleet performance over the past few summers. This is very concerning, according to the senior director of the system planning, speaking to reporters this past day. During a telephone briefing, he said we should be able to release more information on Tuesday about when power plants will be coming back online. Let's see. Today's peak load was forecast to exceed 73,000 megawatts. The peak demand record for the month of June was 69,123 megawatts. Yeah, set back in 2018 during the hottest hours in the afternoon between 4 and 5 p.m. Now, to see this happening with temperatures a little bit lower than they normally are, this is a bit concerning. But given how many power plants are offline, it's something we've got to figure out. If anything, we know for certain the summer is only going to get higher. So, in the state of Texas right now, they're asking people to do the following. Set your thermostat to 78 or higher. Turn off lights and pool pumps. Avoid using large appliances, washers, dryers, ovens. If you don't need something, we're asking you to turn it off and unplug it if possible, is the statement from the Electric Reliability Council. Yeah, I guess we unplug those cars. You don't need your electric cars. This is just an early sign of what's going to be. We'll be talking about this on a national scale in the next few years as this mandate of electrifying the automobiles and the trucks across the country under the current administration. There you go. Underway here on a Tuesday. Who all checking in this morning? Hey, it's actually working. Hey, Colton is with us. He was first out of the box. Maybe he's out there riding with his daddy tonight. Morning from Jacksonville. Dale checking in. 74 degrees, partly cloudy. Another good rainstorm in Jacksonville this past afternoon. We're definitely getting caught up on our rain. It's all have a good night. Be safe out there. All right. Todd, good morning to you as well. Monty Python, good morning, Your Honor. Beautiful night out tonight. Yeah, it's almost got a little feel of fall in the air when you step outdoors here. The humidity level's very low. Yeah, there's a cool breeze. I think we're supposed to drop down close to upper 50s, close to 60 during the overnight hours. Looking at 70 outside the secret bunker at this hour. David checking in from South Bay, Florida. Have a great show. All right. Let's see. Looks like Big Ed's with us tonight. Heidi ho. Okay. Isaac says, good morning to all our trailer truckers out there. I'm in Battle Creek, Michigan. It's a cool night tonight. Indeed. Richard checking in from Central Florida, wishing Steve and all a pleasant day. Scott checking in from Steubenville, Ohio once again. Hello, Steve. Mercury Man checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi with 79 degrees. Humid as humid can be there. Yeah, Pappy. Yeah, you're right. Nice night. Beautiful out there, isn't it? Let's see. Good morning, Steve from New Mexico. Ooh, I bet you're cooking. Happy Tuesday. And he said 75 degrees on I-40 tonight. That's not too bad. After a 2.5-hour breakdown today, still headed out to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a great day. Good morning from Rochester, New York, where it's a cool 58 degrees, partly cloudy. Michigan, let's see, West Michigan checking in. That's Crazy Ray. 65 degrees, nice Indian summer type of weather. Something we call when we live in the UP of Michigan. All right, something we called it from when we lived there. Let's see, Psycho Trucker, I've been listening to you and your dad and all the rest. Bubba, Tom, Dave, since 1999. Never called in, but hardly ever miss a show. I'm glad you're still carrying the torch. Thanks for all you do. All right. Brian checking in from Camerton, North Carolina, saying hello. And one more Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 77 degrees, 85% humidity, getting a little sticky during the day. You had a good day driving, about an hour in my pickup. It was 79-year-old mom's, taking her to a nice lunch. Got to pick up my mom. Everyone be careful out there tonight. All right, good to have you with us, Buckeye Boy. We'll get to some of the others as we make our way on through the early morning hours as we work our way into a Tuesday from time zone to time zone. And looks like Red Mule gets to be first out of the box tonight.
Well, how you doing, Steve?
Doing well. What's going on?
Well, that's good. Hey, Steve, about 45 minutes ago, I don't know if you can find this, but Greg Gutfeld had a guest on that I found to be very interesting. President, I think he said of Liberty Oil and Gas or something like that. And apparently the incident, they had ordered some jackets or whatever from North Face, and North Face refused to send them to the oil and gas company because they didn't want to have anything to do with them. And so then this guy, the president, was pointing out in a video all the things that North Face made that had oil and gas products in them. And this guy's pretty darn sharp. He was telling Gutfield, he said there's 900 pounds of oil in a Tesla. You know, this is supposed to be oil and gas free, but there's 900 pounds of oil in a Tesla car. And I heard him right. He was talking about the windmill blades, what they were made out of. And then he said there's 80 tons of coal in every one of those towers for those windmills, because they use the coal to make the carbon steel for the towers. So they ain't never going to get away from oil and gas. I don't care what all these greenie weenies say. So I thought that was pretty interesting. If you could find the information on that. Gutfield said I learned more from you in 4 minutes than I did from my high school teacher in 4 years, and I have to echo those sentiments.
Wow.
So, hey, Steve, changing the subject, I didn't bring something up last night, and I forgot about it. If I could give example number 762 or maybe 765, somewhere in there, of results of the law of unintended consequences. Now, yesterday, Sunday, when I was going down to L.A., go through Vegas, get on down the road there, when you get down to the state line, Primm down there, the I-15 in Nevada is 3-lane, and then it goes down there, and right there at the zero exit. I used to claim state of California, but I guess state of Nevada is one that's got that bridge there. It drops down to 2 lanes, and there's always a big, long backup there. And usually on a Sunday afternoon, it'll be like 12 miles long back up to the Gene exit. If it's that long, I'll pull over and take a nap. But one time long yesterday, so I said, well, I'll go ahead and try and pull through it. I get up there, and it gets worse and worse as I get up there. And so I finally made it through there, lost a lot of time. But, and Steve was involved as a Snyder driver, and I want everybody to understand I'm not blaming the Snyder drivers by any means. But when it got down to 2 lanes right there at the California line, on up there, just before I get to the scale, there's a Snyder truck pulled off the road, probably 3 miles before we got to scale. Now, I don't know exactly what happened, but I surmise what happened was that the Snyder driver was planning on going up to the scale, got caught in that backup there at the state line, and ran out of hours, so he pulled off to take a break. Well, all these intelligent California drivers see this Snyder truck up on the side of the road, so they slow down to see what's wrong. I mean, the guy was in his cab, there was nobody around, nothing going on, but everybody slows down to about 20, 30 miles an hour because they're trying to figure out what everybody else is looking at. And then after that, then they speed it up to 55 or 60 before they get up to the bug station. But that makes the backup even worse back there at the state line. But all these idiots like Ann Phil and all those lawyers and everybody that come up with this 14-hour rule and all this stuff, you know, they ain't worried about that because they don't know what's going on. So anyhow, I had to bend on that one, Steve. So, you got a second, or you want to take a break?
Or if you got more for us, I'd be happy to put you on back in queue here because, yeah, we are news break time. Hey, but we got plenty of room for you. Jump on in here. It's 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll give you more details. I mean, if you haven't seen the video, it was, I mean, a massive fire at a chemical plant in northern Illinois this past day that spurred the governor to actually deploy the National Guard to the area. They evacuated, I think, like a 2-mile radius around the plant. No reports of injuries at this point, but this was actually in a lubricant plant, a plant operated by some company known as ChemTool, apparently owned by a unit of Berkshire Hathaway. Give you more details on that. And right now, it's news break time. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says he won't support a bipartisan infrastructure proposal unveiled last week by a group of 10 senators. Sanders told reporters Monday evening that the bill is not big enough to address the country's needs. Some Republicans have also expressed their hesitancy to support the bill. Florida Senator Rick Scott says he's against the package because of a proposal in it to index the gas tax to inflation, something that he's called a tax increase. And an explosion and fire at a chemical plant in Illinois has caused the evacuation of nearly 1,000 residents in Rockton, Illinois. The explosion happened Monday morning at a plant manufacturing grease and other lubricants, with the resulting fire sending plumes of black smoke into the air that was visible for miles. Nearly 70 employees were in the plant at the time, and the company says all got out without injury. Authorities evacuated homes and businesses within a mile of the plant, affecting about 1,000 residents. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Indeed, he mentioned the big fire there at the chemical plant, northern Illinois, in the news break there. Broke out early Monday, as I said, at a lubricants plant operated by ChemTool in Rockton, Illinois. Let's see, residents being evacuated within a 2-mile radius asked to wear face masks as a precaution, protect against the smoke. The governor activated the National Guard Monday afternoon and deployed emergency vehicles to support the local authorities there. The State Environmental Protection Agency and Illinois Emergency Management Agency also sent crews to the area. The National Guardsmen are going to be supporting efforts to perform environmental testing and monitoring, according to company officials. Additional specialized emergency response teams are expected shortly at the site, according to plant officials, working alongside local emergency responders, trying to limit the impact of the community there. Opened back in 2008, the plant specialized in manufacturing industrial fluids, greases, and lubricants, and was acquired by Lubrizol, a Berkshire Hathaway company, in 2013. Plant officials say we're working with experts and government agencies on environmental air and water monitoring. To date, test results did not show any health risk other than short-term irritation that one would normally experience in the presence of smoke. We will continue additional testing and have released all product data information to the local authorities there. But yeah, again, that was a massive fire, big facility, and you can see a whole row of trucks, tractor trailers that were backed up to the docks that were all burning as well. All right, back to the Red Mule here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, there's a bunch of money lost in one this city.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, Steve, somebody had an interview with Donald Trump here in the last week or so, and question was asked about what he thought about cryptocurrency, and he said he didn't think it was that good, and he thought the U.S. dollar ought to be the world's premier currency or something to that effect. And then I listened to something else later, and they said, well, Elizabeth Warren, she don't like cryptocurrency, thinks it ought to be regulated or outlawed or something to that effect. And I thought, what else is there on the face of this earth that Pocahontas and Donald Trump agree on? Do you think there's anything else, Steve?
That may be a first.
I just found it amusing. So, Steve, the last thing I wanted to bring up, I'm taking a look at them pictures that Horse Brothers had there of his truck and his tractor, and I got a question, Steve. This here Horse Brothers, does he clean up himself as well as that John Deere 720 cleaned up? I mean, that thing looks pretty good in the picture, and sometimes there's mothers that take better care of their kids than they do themselves. I just didn't know if old Horse Brothers cleaned up as well as that John Deere 720. What do you think?
He was on the cruise with us, and when Formal Night rolled around, he cleaned up pretty well.
Well, that's good. I am impressed. If he done all that work on that 720, he's a lot more meticulous and got a lot more patience than the old man Red Mule. So that's all I got, Steve. I'm going to be off for a week or two, so I'll talk at you later.
All right. Thanks for checking in. You have a good morning. All right. I'm looking at an update from about an hour ago from WLS out of Chicago, as they described it as a cataclysmic explosion at that plant. Massive fireball shooting into the sky. Let's see. One family Monday morning woke to the sound of what they believed to be road work soon in her block about a half mile south of the plant. Yeah, everyone was out stargazing about an emergency. Dogs started barking. I went outside. I noticed a lot of my neighbors were standing out looking, and I saw this huge smoke, big plume of smoke. Nobody knew what was going on, though. Another neighbor came over and told us the chemical plant was on fire, and police were recommending we leave the area. What they were seeing was the explosion at the chemical plant there near Rockton, Illinois. All right, let's see. They're saying, I guess this thing could burn for several days. They said, grab your pets, grab your belongings, leave. You need to go. We were doing that. Actually, fire debris was raining down on us. Yeah, I mean, that was lit on fire. I've never seen anything like this. You see this kind of stuff on TV in the forest fires, but not here in Rockton. That experience sent others taking refuge at the middle school in the next town over. If it wasn't for the school, we wouldn't have had a clue where to go. My house may or may not be safe. It's on the edge of the cemetery or right on the cusp of that 1 mile evacuation. Large flames from the plant causing heavy smoke to cover the air. That plant's been burning since 7 a.m. Firefighters from surrounding towns raced to the scene. About 40 to 45 agencies from northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, all involved at the scene there. Fire chief said there's been little success in putting the fire out. We've got a pretty volatile fire going on at that time. We tried to make an initial attack. Unfortunately, our events failed. And due to firefighter safety and the safety for all the employees and personnel, we had to pull back. Now, the huge plume of smoke can be seen from roughly 40 miles away. How about that? One photographer saw the smoke from his home a couple miles away early in the morning. He got video from his neighbor's yard. But he said it was raining on us. Embers were actually falling on us. Amazing that of the 70 employees that were there, that they were evacuated quick enough. They were out before the fire officials arrived. No employees injured. There was one firefighter transported for minor injuries. But the concern is potentially toxic compounds like lead, nitrogen, and sulfuric acids fueling the flames. And drowning the blaze with water is not an option. One of those kind of deals where you don't want to put water on the fire. All right, so I think what we're most concerned about is, what if this gets out of control? All right. I've been battling that all day long, but I'm looking again back at the top headline, which says, officials say the fire could burn for days. Wow. What a mess there in northern Illinois. All right, we've got open lines, wide open lines here, 16 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. All right, I did find the story that Red Mule was asking about out of the box. A Colorado oil and gas company with offices in Gillette, Liberty Oilfield Services Incorporated, slamming the North Face company with a public relations affront after the outdoor recreation and clothing behemoth denied the sale of 400 co-branded jackets to this Texas oil and gas company, Innovex Downhole Solutions Incorporated. The jacket order, which the North Face called a co-branding inquiry, was denied on the basis of North Face's brand guidelines and values. Liberty Oilfield Services CEO took news of that snub as really just an attack on fossil fuels. In response, Wright, whose company is a direct competitor of Innovex, took to YouTube. In a video post, Wright argued that fossil fuels are needed to make the petrochemicals that you use in your plastics, your nylon, your climbing ropes, and all these other products you sell at North Face. The oil and gas industry couldn't do without the support of dedicated customers like the North Face. That video has subsequently gone viral. All right, the North Face responded to a request for comment on the ad campaign and why they didn't make the jackets. The release kind of differentiated between the ways the company sells their products. For example, direct to customer, both online and in their stores, third-party retailers via their co-branding business unit. They say this is all handled on a case-by-case basis. All right, let's see. There are times we choose not to sell products to certain organizations from a variety of industries with the intent of placing their logo next to ours. This include companies in the oil and gas industry, they say. Okay. 60% of clothing fibers are made out of oil and gas. Were you aware? Wright pointed out Yeah, I went to the North Face website. I could not find a single product that was not made out of oil and gas. That's funny. He drew attention to the fact that for the North Face, it's probably closer to 90% of their clothing uses oil and gas. Gillette-based Liberty Frac Manager said that he and local crew fully support their CEO, and it was kind of a satirical thank you that he made to North Face. I guess he made a big billboard that says, "That North Face puffer looks great on you," like the puffer jacket. And it was made from fossil fuels. Signed, your friends in oil and gas. Thank you, North Face. All right, there you go. That's pretty good. About 12 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Lines available here. Let's jump on board. Not seeing a name. Who we got on the line here?
Hey, Steve, it's Steve.
Hello, Steve. How you been?
Hey, good. How was your weekend?
Short and sweet, but good.
Did you get to use that pool?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I didn't get in, much. My mom got in and vacuumed it out for me and got it cleaned up. It's all good to go. Looking good though. I got the chemicals pretty much sorted out, so it's starting to warm up.
Temperature?
It's starting to warm up. That's been the key there. It's mighty chilly.
And do you have one of those solar covers on it?
We do have a solar cover on. The wife put that on there yesterday. Or day before, yeah.
Yeah, because pretty soon you're not going to, be able to use that electric to heat that pool up. You're going to need that.
You're right.
That sun to heat that pool.
Got to use the sun.
Yeah. Well, anyway, headed to Memphis tonight from Nashville. Pretty easy trip. Memphis and back. Yeah, I wish I would have had a pool this weekend, Steve. It was like 95 degrees Saturday and Sunday out here. It was baking pretty good.
Yep, that's right about where we were.
What was the temperature out there in Cincinnati this weekend?
I think
90s?
it was 90s. Yeah, it's both Saturday and Sunday. It's cooled off a little bit now. I think we're going to have a bit of a cooling trend towards midweek.
Yeah, that's crazy. You said it was going to get down into the high 50s
for overnight lows.
Wow, that's nuts. Anyway, Steve, couple things. Did you see that clip of Joe Biden out over in Europe? The bumbling, stumbling idiot that we have in the Oval Office?
He pretty much made an ass out of us on the world stage, huh?
Steve, totally embarrassing. Totally embarrassing. I said this a long time ago. These countries, especially our enemies, are laughing at us. They're loving this because this guy is so weak. And the one that's next in line is even weaker. She's an idiot. She can't complete a sentence either. All she does is cackle every time she's asked a question.
Mm-hmm.
Am I right?
Correct. That's all she does.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable, Steve. We need Donald Trump in there back in that office so bad. I mean, it's not even a joke. Speaking of Donald Trump, Sunday I went to Lowe's. I had a couple things I had to pick up, and we got on our new house. We got a flagpole holder, but no flag. And I walked into Lowe's and I saw all these American. Well, you know what? I'm going to buy an American flag for the front of the house. So I bought like a 4x6 flag with the pole. Well, on Monday morning, I got up and I looked at my phone. I'm like, today's Flag Day. I didn't even know it was Flag Day. And I ended up having an American flag on my house, so I was quite proud of that.
There you go.
But yesterday was President Trump's birthday.
Yeah.
On Flag Day.
75th birthday.
So, so happy birthday to Donald J. Trump. Hopefully he's going to live a long, healthy life. But yeah, another thing I wanted to touch on, Steve, is that that crap with Omar that's going on. Did you see those 10 Democrats that have come out and blasted her about the comments she's been making about Israel and the Secretary of State? You know, because she's such an anti-Semite racist. She hates the United States of America. I don't know what the hell she's doing in this country.
She's trying to compare the United States and Israel to Hamas. Hamas is a terror organization.
Steve, we've talked about this too. Hamas has been, deemed a terrorist organization for 20 years in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Every president in the White House has called them a terrorist organization, except Joe Biden and his Marxist friends, because they're all Jew haters. They're anti-Semites. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, they need to oust her. I know Kevin McCarthy is trying to oust her out of something to do with the House, where she's on a committee. And there's a couple of Republicans that have a resolution out to actually censor that squad.
Yep.
All four of them: Presley, AOC.
They need to.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens, Steve. I don't know how they vote on that, or if they need a majority vote in the House. You know, Pelosi and her. Well, if they get those 10 Democrats that have been blasting them, I mean, why wouldn't they vote for that?
Mm-hmm.
To censor them. You know, I'm not sure who they were, but there was 10 Democratic congressmen that, that put the word out that this woman needs to shut the heck up. Yeah, it's just amazing, Steve. You know, can you imagine if Republicans were talking like that? What the backlash would be? You know, if we were talking that way about Asians or blacks or Jews. Just the hypocrisy. Just unbelievable. Anyway, there was one other story I wanted to mention, Steve. There was a story I read about this grandfather, I guess. He was like, I think he was almost 80 years old. His daughter was really into the Outer Banks of North Carolina, so she had died, I guess, in her 40s, and he went out there to spread her ashes, and the guy almost drowned in the ocean. Some guy saved his life.
I think it was a surfer or something. A surfer was out there that had to rescue him. He got caught in a riptide.
Yep, guy almost drowned. He got on his boogie board and boogied on out there, and I guess it took him about 40 minutes to save this guy, but he was drowning. I mean, his arms were full. The guy barely survived. I think he was in his 80s, and he was just walking, on the, knee deep, waist deep in water, and all of a sudden the surf, I guess, got real rough and almost took him out to sea. Mm-hmm. So that was quite an incredible rescue. That guy's a hero that went out there and saved that gentleman. But anyway, I'm sure you're getting close to your break there, Steve. So thanks for taking my call, and you have yourself a good morning.
All righty, thanks for checking in, and thanks for sharing all those a lot of stories, a lot of info he shares. Some of which I come across, others that I had not seen per se. Ilhan Omar. I mean, she has a pattern of doing this. It's not something new. And Kevin McCarthy this past day is expected to offer a privileged resolution to remove Omar from the Foreign Affairs Committee after her comments last week comparing the United States and Israel to the terror organization Hamas. McCarthy tweeted on Sunday, actually retweeted a post by Mark Bednar that included video of Nancy Pelosi being interviewed on CNN. You can't make it up. Pelosi actually clarifies that she did not rebuke Democrat Representative Omar's comparison of Israel and the United States to the terrorist organizations Hamas and the Taliban. We did not rebuke her. Congresswoman Omar is a valued member of our caucus. Now, House rules allow certain House committees to bring specific categories of legislation to the floor for immediate debate. House Republicans, including Conference Chair Elise Stefanik, signaled their intent to press Democrat leaders on Omar's comments by putting out a pair of letters demanding the Minnesota Congresswoman be stripped of some or all of her committee assignments. According to the Jewish Insider, Wednesday, a group of 12 Jewish House Democrats issued a statement blasting Omar, tweeting about unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, the Taliban, demanding that she clarify her words. Omar then refused to apologize for her remarks late last week. It's shameful for colleagues who call me when they need my support to now put out a statement asking for clarification. Boy. Omar tries to say the Islamophobic tropes are offensive. She then released a statement saying she's not making a moral comparison between Hamas and the Taliban to the U.S. and Israel. I was in no way equating terror organizations with democratic countries with well-established judicial systems. And, that's the whole thing about once it comes out of your mouth, you can't take it back. We all learned that at a very young age. One thing you do, once it's been said, it's out there. And Omar, that's exactly what you said. You can try to twist it and turn it and say, well, yeah, I didn't really say that. Well, you did. All right, we get a news update here, top of the hour, and we've got wide open lines here on a Tuesday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is delivering remarks in Brussels. He's in the capital of Belgium meeting with other world leaders at the NATO summit.
I had the honor of leading off the discussion, and I pointed out that we're facing a once-in-a-century global health crisis. At the same time, the democratic values that undergird our alliance are under increasing pressure. Russia and China are both seeking to drive a wedge in our transatlantic solidarity, but our alliance is a strong foundation.
A firefighter is being treated for minor injuries after a massive explosion at a chemical plant in Illinois. Rockton Fire Chief Kirk Wilson saying about 70 employees safely escaped the facility before crews arrived. A mandatory evacuation order was issued as the fire continues to burn at the ChemTool Incorporated plant just north of Rockford. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Vice President Kamala Harris is in South Carolina talking vaccines. Harris saying vaccines are safe and available for everyone in the United States.
The vaccines have gone through FDA clinical trials, and the FDA has said they are safe to use. They went through the trials.
The Biden administration continuing to make their push to have 70% of all Americans with at least one COVID-19 shot by the 4th of July. Unusual activity at a nuclear power reactor in China has drawn the eye of the United States.
The U.S. government has spent the past week looking into a report of a leak at a Chinese nuclear power plant after a French company that part owns it warned of an imminent radiological threat. The warning accused the Chinese Safety Authority of raising the acceptable limits for radiation detection outside the Taishan nuclear power plant in the Guangdong province. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A Baltimore man who thought he was having a heart attack is apparently okay after stealing a city ambulance. When medics arrived at his home, the 38-year-old allegedly hopped in the ambulance and tried to drive himself to the hospital this morning. Police say he was having a medical crisis and the ambulance wasn't damaged. COVID variants continuing to cause havoc across the United States.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus currently accounts for about 10% of the COVID infections in the U.S., something that Dr. Scott Gottlieb says is likely to go up. The former FDA commissioner tells CBS's Face the Nation that he expects it to become the dominant variant in the country and even possibly cause a spike in cases in the fall.
So this is more contagious. It appears that people who get this virus have higher viral loads, and they have those viral loads for longer periods of time, so they shed more virus. Right now in the United States, it's about 10% of infections. It's doubling every 2 weeks, so it's probably going to become the dominant strain here in the United States. That doesn't mean that we're going to see a sharp uptick in infections, but it does mean that this is going to take over. And I think the risk is really to the fall that this could spike a new epidemic heading into the fall. The vaccines seem to be effective. The mRNA vaccine seems to be highly effective. 2 doses of that vaccine against this variant. The viral vector vaccines from J&J and AstraZeneca also appear to be effective, about 60% effective. The mRNA vaccines are about 88% effective. So we have the tools to control this and defeat it. We just need to use those tools.
From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
They hear I'm talking about the new strain of the COVID. It's the Delta strain. Came across an interesting story, and come to think of it, haven't been hearing a whole lot about people losing their sense of taste and smell when they come down with the COVID. Have you heard any of that recently? Apparently, the 2 main symptoms of COVID have changed. For over a year, people you'd been on alert, looking for signs of a new cough, the loss of smell and taste, or a high temperature. This now appears to be outdated. Could be causing undiagnosed people to continue to spread the virus. If you're under the age of 40, they say the new signs, the signs to look for now would be a headache, sore throat, and runny nose. If you're over the age of 40, the key signs are headache, runny nose, and sneezing. Which, boy, that's right down the line with seasonal allergies, isn't it? The leading professor says the Delta variant, the one from India, seems to be working somewhat differently. It could be because COVID is currently causing an epidemic in young people. Symptoms are known to vary by different age groups. The ZOE COVID symptoms study has been tracking the outbreak since March of 2020. Millions of Brits reporting their symptoms on the app, apparently. Since the start of May, we've been looking at the top symptoms, and they're not the same as they were. Number one is headache, followed by sore throat, runny nose, and fever. Yeah, all those are not the old classic symptoms. Number 5 is actually cough. So it's rarer. We don't even see loss of smell coming in the top 10 anymore. The variant is working differently. Headache showing the most common sign. 66% of people under the age of 40, 53% of people over the age of 40. Over 40s have less symptoms now, and their top symptoms are very mild. We believe that's due to vaccines. None of their symptoms are the classic 3, the cough, fever, or loss of smell. It's pretty wild. Things are changing. All right, we get back to your calls here, I believe. We've got Buckeye on the line. Is that Buckeye, correct?
Yeah, Buckeye. How you doing tonight, Steve?
Doing well. What's going on?
Hey, I tell you what, man. Nothing's changed since I called you the last time, huh, Steve? It's still the same old something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what I actually called you about tonight is, that Expo's coming up in Fort Wayne next month. I was just kind of wondering if Hot Shot Seeker was going to have a booth there.
I don't believe they've got plans to be there.
I tell you what, Steve, I was there 2 years ago, and if there's any way they can get there, it is really a good time there in Fort Wayne. And I tell you, I think I told you before I was going to start using that Extreme Diesel. I tell you what, I love it, man. I use it every 10,000 miles, and I got a couple other drivers that just swear by it now too. That's what they're doing. We're using the Extreme Diesel every 10,000 miles. It's just awesome. This truck purrs like a kitten going down the road.
Yep.
It's just that awesome. But I really feel, man, if there's any way they can get in there, man, they ought to, because it's well worth it. And
So-
I really, I really think the drivers would really, with Hot Shot being in there, things would move on up even for them there. But I just kind of put it'd be great to have you there and with Hot Shot Secret and the whole deal. But it's like I said, I was there 2 years ago. They canceled it last year.
Right.
2
like
years
everything
ago,
else.
it was just awesome. So
I know
changing gears a little bit for you tonight, Steve. And hey, you're sounding good. I got you on the app. I listen to you every night. I just don't call in as much. I listen to the app, and a lot of times I'm I'm driving at night. Hey, thank you for what you do, Steve. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for sponsoring this program. And, my life right now, I'm on the downspin. I'm 59. And, I just, every day, it's always something new. And I just never dreamed that I would ever see in my lifetime what's going on in this country. And, hey, all we can do is make the best of it and go on and try to do the best we can for these the ones that's going to pay is going to be our children and grandchildren, especially our grandchildren. I feel for them every day, but I'm hoping everything will pull out.
Well, thanks for checking in, Buckeye. As far as the Expedite Expo, the venue has changed several times over the years. I know for a number of years it was just a hop, skip, and a jump up the interstate here from Cincinnati, like right across the street from the R&L Carriers. Is that Wilmington, I think it is? At the it's a smaller venue, the convention center there. Then, what was it, 2016 maybe? They moved the expo down to, I believe, Lexington, Kentucky hosted it for several years. And then 2019, it moved up to Fort Wayne, Indiana. So I think they've got the modern facility at the Allen County War Memorial Coliseum. Off, easy access to I-69. So again, last year, of course, 2020 was canceled. 2021, when it comes to truck shows and whatnot, obviously it is a totally focused on the expedite sector of trucking. It's a smaller show, but I'd have to go back and check on how much attendance they've had and how many may be looking to appear this year. But that might be. I know that our friends at Hot Shot Secret were looking for some events to attend this year. Obviously, because no Mid-America Truck Show, no Great American Truck Show in Dallas. They were asking what sort of events we still going to have going on. So, hey, we can throw that their way. I'm not sure if Kyle's out there listening tonight or not. Probably is. Who else is checking in? Donald says, "Thank you, Chris," referring to Chris Gabeltrick. Thanks for all you do. We appreciate Steve and our free speech. My boy was told he would never leave the base in the Naval Academy, Annapolis, Maryland, if he didn't get a vaccine. He took the damn thing. He's in impeccable shape. It put him down for a day. Shot number 2, Moderna. Anyway, getting a little sleep here in Gary, Indiana, headed to my beautiful Wisconsin later on. Enjoying the show. Steve's the best. Good night. Thank you so much for the compliment. So they're telling me you're kind of forcing again. Yeah, you're not leaving the base if you don't get the vaccine. Okay. Captain Ron checks in. Late start tonight. Load not ready. Grr. Gotta love it. Good morning to Mark. Checking in this morning. Michael. Hello, Steve. This is Mikey from Harrison, Ohio. Richard says 75 degrees in Florida. Got a good rain last night. Bidu checking in this morning. Good morning, Steve. And the overnight crew, 59 degrees in Rochester, New York. Waiting on my load to go back to Youngstown. Dragon Slayer checking in from Oklahoma City. Rambler checking in from Saraland, Alabama. Headed up to Hattiesburg, Mississippi to deliver these dag-blame auto parts for O'Reilly's. Yeah, you might have some of that Hot Shot Secret on there, right? They've actually got some deals going right now on Hot Shot Secret products at O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Got a couple weeks left. Let me pull that up. Let's see. Right now, they got the Diesel Extreme at $4 off through the 29th. The FR3 Friction Reducer, also $4 off at O'Reilly Auto Parts through the 29th. And one other, Tractor Supply Incorporated, Tractor Supply Company, they've got the everyday diesel treatment on special, $3 off through the 27th of June. Some of the specials you'll find out there if you're looking for some Hot Shot Secret products. Take advantage of that. And it's 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls here, and who we got on the line? All I see here is, hello.
Are you with me, Steve?
Oh, yeah, hello. Well, that ain't no Big Ed.
Yeah, Big Ed.
Well, it says hello. That's all. What'd you say when you called? Hello?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty tired, Steve. So, trying to get my name out took a lot of damn effort, I promise you. After the beating I took last week, has anybody been slapping around on you?
No, everybody's been being pretty nice as of late.
I'm talking about the spooks.
The spooks?
I'm talking about I mean, you already forgot. Are you so busy that you done forgot what I posted and you shared? About Glenda and Melinda.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
man.
yeah. I got you. All right, yeah. No, I don't think they've caught up with me just yet. I think they had a message for you.
By God, I'm telling you, that happened just the way I described it.
I shared that, and that was a pretty spooky story.
Serious, Steve, because because I had my phone in my hand, and when I got myself up off the ground, that picture was sitting there on my phone. And I'm like, how the heck where'd that come from? Because I know I didn't have it in my phone.
And you said you'd never seen that picture before, right? You'd never seen it?
Right. That's the first time I've seen that picture.
That's wild.
But I went back through my messages, and over a year ago, I forgot her name. The lady that took the picture at the Dallas Truck Show sent it to me, right after we lost Melinda. And I never did see it. I never did get it or
open it.
Somehow or another, I missed the message, right? And then when like I say, I felt like somebody pushed me, and I rolled and landed on my right shoulder. Well, my arm was stiff, and then when I had my phone in my hand, which sometimes I just carry it and I don't look at it when I'm walking. And there that picture was. I mean, I don't know, just crazy things like that happen. You have to say, okay, well, what's going on here? So anyway, I gotta tell you, Steve, I'm getting too old for excitement. I had about 40 hours off this weekend, and out of them 40 hours, I slept 43 of them. Now, that's a lot of sleep. I had my niece was in that Miss Oklahoma.
I was going to say, you spent a lot of time at the beauty pageant thing there. I couldn't figure it out at first. I mean, I saw Big Ed is at a beauty pageant. I said, what the hell's he doing at a beauty pageant? And then come to find out it was your niece that was there. She made it into the top 5, right?
Yes. And, from there, that stepping stone, they go to the Miss America pageant. And so it was real exciting. And there was 39 girls competing, which she had competed in 2019 at the State Fair of Oklahoma, and she was representing the State Fair of Oklahoma. But, these various communities and organizations hold these pageants for these young ladies. And, then they go into their state competition. And then, because you got to win a pageant and do it in your state to get to state competition. And if you win a state, then you go to the Miss America pageant, which it's just phenomenal. That's the first time I'd ever been. And, and I was real supportive of my niece because it's done nothing but pay for her college education. And I think the other night she got like $4,500 scholarship for being third runner-up.
Mm-hmm.
And then she got so much for being the 5th runner-up. And then she actually, throughout the whole week, they have various events like their evening gowns or how they conduct themselves in public, and her public speaking. She won another scholarship for that. So, and it went down. She got into the top 10, which, the old heart started beating real fast. And then she got into the top 5, and then the heart really started beating fast.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started, after they went through their interviews, then they named off the winners. But hey, we was proud of her, and then she, naturally she was upset. And I was like, I told her, I said, look, the heartbreak and the tears ain't but a moment at time. And I said, the positive impact that you will have on society and other young women is a lifetime. So, and that spells one word, and that's winner. And I want to thank a lot of my friends that I've got on Facebook that listen to the show that really were putting out words of encouragement, and I really appreciated that. And she did see that, and she really wanted to tell them thank you too. But it's something I don't want to do every week, because there was 2,500 people there. There was 39 girls there, so some people leave out of there naturally upset, but I left out of there just thrilled to death that she got as far as she did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would have loved it if she'd have won it, but hey, it didn't happen. There was 6 judges, and I really thought it come down to that final question, and I didn't think there was any favoritism or political or anything like that. The judges were a wide range of people and various occupations. A black man from Georgia, an Asian woman from California, another man that was, I believe he was from Horse Feathers neck of the woods of Maryland. And then there was a former Miss USA there. And so it was a wide variety, and a school teacher, and it was a wide variety of people that was doing the judging. So, and there was one young lady, and she was kind of on the chubby side, but she was, LGBTQ. I believe I'm saying that right.
Yep.
So it okay. I didn't look at it as she didn't deserve to be there. She conducted herself well, spoke well, and had a good talent. But, she stood up and said, this is what I am and who I am, and I'm proud of it. And, as long as you want to be a positive influence on other people, then, hey, who am I to judge? I'm not going to judge her harshly. But I thought, okay, that was good. But so the thing is, there was one question asked of the young lady that won it, and the judge was reading my mind, and that is, what do you say to somebody that would say that these beauty pageants like the Miss America is outdated and needs to be done away with?
Mm-hmm.
And she just basically said what I wrote. I don't know if you've seen my post about it, but that it offers up educational opportunities to all girls. Even though they may not win, there's some of them they get scholarships to, throughout the competitions. And the big factor that offers up these scholarships, educational scholarships for these young women, and it teaches them how to conduct themselves, and they're mentoring to other young girls. There are just so many positives to it that you pray that the cancel culture or politically correctness don't overtake it.
And I think, Ed, that's
anyway.
If I'm not mistaken, that's where the last Miss America competition, the whole the whole thing where I think there was a transgender, a dude that had transformed into a woman, had actually made it into the competition, and some are saying, you got all this push to eliminate referring to men and women. I mean, what was the one this week? They're trying to say that you're no longer going to be a mother or a father. You're going to be the birth person or something. I mean, it's insanity.
It is, and then you pray that don't bleed over into that, because I think if it does, then it will ruin the whole thing. If they allow that, the states start allowing that to happen, because the one thing that I'm glad they did away with was the swimsuit. You remember years ago they used to do the swimsuit.
Yep. And that was about the only reason. The only reason men tuned into the damn thing was to see the swimsuit competition.
Oh, you lustful bastard! I got time to talk. I wasn't lusting, I promise you. My niece was in there. So I got time to. There's a couple of things I want to talk about. I got time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway. But the long story short of it, I pray that, like the girl, and she was a girl, I mean, that or she had some padding on, but I don't want to see the transgender crap. It's just, hey, I'm sorry. And if that's not politically correct, I kiss my damn dad. That's all I got to say about that. Good grief. Last night, talking about, Fauci, the senator, that felt like he needed to be investigated as far as how much he might have profited off of this COVID thing, and that Nancy Pelosi should call in a committee to look into the dealings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, damn good well that's not going to happen, Steve, because she's probably, her and countless other senators, I wonder, if you're going to investigate him, investigate everybody up there. It's wishful thinking, because them people, the swamp or the lizards or whatever you want to call them, you got to know there's a lot of people that made a lot of money off this, and especially in our U.S. Senate or even Congress. So it would be opening up a Pandora's box of thievery and what we all know that goes on in Washington. And so I don't ever see
questions
that
like who in the House and who in the Senate owns a whole bunch of stock in like Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson, those sort of things. And of course, Biden just announced we are going to purchase 500 million doses to divvy out to the rest of the world. I mean, you don't buy them; they're not free. So, undoubtedly, that had to have an impact on the stock of those pharmaceutical giants.
It did. Damn good well it did. And here's the thing that bugs me too. The thing at Pennsylvania. Biden saying hey, don't worry, we know we got this one.
Yeah.
Now, I know in Oklahoma, if you are going to vote absentee, you get the ballots and you get 2 envelopes. You fill out your ballot, and then you put it in a sealed envelope, but you don't seal it until you're in front of a notary. Then you seal it, you date it, you write your name, the notary writes their name, and then they stamp that damn thing. Then you put it in the main envelope and mail it in. Now, am I to understand that Pennsylvania does not have those kinds of rules?
That was the whole controversy, Ed. They changed all that. The whole thing about verifying signatures and notarizing ballots, because everybody got a mail-in ballot, I believe.
And so if they change that, then Steve, that common sense says that there was some dirty, underhanded, no good crap that went on.
Sure.
And for the public, and especially the citizens of Pennsylvania, to sit there and accept that as normal, I damn sure wouldn't want to accept it in Oklahoma. When I moved to Florida, I registered down there in Ocala, in Marion County. I never got to vote while I was down there, but when I come back to Oklahoma, I registered back in Oklahoma. And I just got a letter last month, and I still got to answer it, saying we see that you were registered in Florida, and then we see that you're registered in Oklahoma. And this was from the government.
Mm-hmm.
So where are you voting? Well, hell, go look at the polls in Oklahoma. I voted there. Look at my address. That's right where I voted, where I was supposed to vote. But I damn sure didn't vote in Florida. Now, I'm assuming that, when I left Oklahoma and went to Florida, I never, maybe you're supposed to call these people and tell them that you moved. I don't know. I just know that I was registered in Oklahoma, went to Florida, registered there. Then I turned around and come back to Oklahoma, and I re-registered. But I wouldn't be so damn stupid as to try to vote in two different states. And then, when I lost Glenda, I made sure that her name was taken off the voters' roll. So I don't know, maybe when I get home, I'm going to be home this weekend, but Monday I'm going to get hold of the election officials and get that clarified as to where I vote and where I'm living. And no, I'm not voting in Edmond, Oklahoma. And no, I'm not voting in Florida. So, and I ain't but one in millions. And I'm thinking, okay, if they could catch me, if they thought I was doing something wrong, why couldn't they catch these other people that we all know don't exist? Are you with me on that?
How many? We know that there were a number of dead people that voted. So,
yeah. And they had to vote absentee. So is Arizona the same way as Pennsylvania? Is Wisconsin the same way? Was Georgia the same way? Look at what went on there in Fulton County. If that didn't make the other night when you was talking about that, Steve, I wanted to throw up. That made me sick because you know what took place.
if you've got photocopied ballots. Hundreds of ballots that are identical. The markings inside the little circle, all identical.
Yeah. Perfect. Guarantee you. When I go in and vote in person, and I'm assuming you do, I have to show an ID.
Yes, I do. And if you don't have an ID, you have to go with, I think it's like a provisional ballot or whatever. I've never had to do that because I've always had my ID, but yeah, provisional ballot, and I'm not sure, how those work out. But hey, I do have to get to my news break, a little behind here. We'll catch back up here. Around the country, you want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has passed another grim milestone in the pandemic, with 600,000 Americans having died of the virus. Deaths have still fallen off dramatically since a peak in January. The 7-day average has fallen nearly 90% since the winter high. All Southwest Airlines flights have been grounded due to a nationwide network issue. The issue is reportedly with the company's weather monitoring system, but Southwest has not cited a specific reason. The company has said on social media that they're working to correct the problem, but have not given a timeline for flights to resume. And Tropical Storm Bill has developed off the coast of the eastern U.S., becoming the second named storm of the hurricane season. Bill is around 300 miles off of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and moving to the east-northeast. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to be short-lived and won't threaten the U.S. Forecasts show it could further strengthen on Tuesday, but is expected to begin to dissipate by Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy Factors instead? Our energy factors are safe, healthy, and a natural way to keep your body energized and without that caffeine crash that you get from those laden drinks. Visit us today at michaelshealth.com.
This is Pastor Greg, and I use Energy Factors. They're great. Order yours today at michaelshealth.com. That's michaelshealth.com, and use Pastor Greg for your special discount. That's Pastor Greg, and get your special discount today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Got a handful of industry headlines we'll get to here momentarily. Steve earlier brought up the United States president on the world stage doing his fumbling, bumbling, being the typical Joe Biden. An embarrassment. According to the report, President Biden's gaffes and difficulty speaking publicly did not get missed by the media during the G7 summit, including bumbling in his final remarks, mistaking Libya for Syria, actually getting waved off and corrected by British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and his failure to show customary respect for the Queen of England. I guess anybody could do that, but typically they prep you. They always prep you if you're going to be meeting the Queen, the royalty. All right, he mixed up Libya when he meant to say Syria at least 3 times in discussing economic assistance, which he corrected to say food assistance. And even aides had to explain away as mere slips of the tongue. He actually muttered, quote, "I shouldn't be negotiating in public." But he did talk in fits and starts about working with Russia to provide vital assistance to Libya, which he called a population that's in real trouble. Now, he meant to say Syria. He proceeded to mix those two countries up 2 more times. As long as they're there without the ability to bring about some order in the region, you can't do that very well without providing the basic economic needs of people. That was his final remarks at the G7. So I'm hopeful that we can find an accommodation where we can save the lives of people in, for example, Libya. Again, he meant to say Syria. A Twitter user noted the difficulty of the president getting his thoughts out. I need the media to come in, translate, and tell us what Joe Biden, the president's, really saying here, especially about Russia, Libya, Syria. Mainstream media, you used to be good at mind reading. Now, Prime Minister Boris Johnson was dismissive of an interrupting President Biden. During one meeting that was caught on video, Johnson twice waved off Biden's interruptions and actually ultimately had to correct Biden when Biden suggested Johnson didn't introduce the South African president. Johnson was speaking, and Biden said, and the president of South Africa? Johnson says, and the president of South Africa, as I said earlier on. And Joe's like, oh, you did? I did. I certainly did, Johnson said. And then what about the Queen? Apparently, he failed to remove his sunglasses. If you're meeting the Queen face-to-face, there's no sunglasses or anything like that at all, because eye contact is quite important with any introduction, according to the former butler to Prince Charles and Camilla, the Duchess of Cornwall. He said it's fine for Biden to have had sunglasses on, but he should have removed them when he actually met the Queen. Everyone else has to. It doesn't matter who you are. Even royals remove sunglasses when they meet other royals. I don't know much about the royals, but there's Joe Biden on the world stage. What can you say? It is 15 before the hour. Back to your calls here. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. Pocket Change, how's it going? Hello, Pocket Change. Well, it may not be Pocket Change. Who's on the line? Did you hear the beep? Okay, maybe he's doing something else. Well, let's just try Chevy Guy. Hello, Chevy Guy.
I was wondering if I was Pocket Change. I didn't know the way that computer does. I'm going to jump on in just a little bit. Out of respect, just that it's just an example. I'm sorry, I got a keel in my life. It's laid down, and it keeps me from being a hypocrite or being foolish, and that's the scriptures out of the Word of God. Now, he said, quote, it had a lesbian LBGQ in that beauty show, but I'm not the judge, that's okay. And then he turned around and said, well, I don't, he's judging because he doesn't want to have a transgender affair. But then, of course, it would have been a real good thing in a way when you think about it. Yeah, it's time to bring back the bathing suit part of that show. That way you'll know the difference. Everything's going to be up to show. You know what I'm saying?
You can only tape it down so tight, right?
That's exactly right. And now listen, out of that, whoever does that show ever come on TV anymore? My wife she never missed it. And my beloved wife would always wake me up, rouse me out of my rack, and says, bathing suit's coming on, bathing suit. So I come in and I'd sit there and watch through that bathing suit. We used to laugh.
I was right, wasn't I? I was right when I told Big Ed. Only reason us guys would tune in was for the bathing suit competition.
Until that conservative feminist took over the situation and drove it in the ground. But, hey, I would have put another competition to add to that bathing suit competition, and that's the ping pong effect. You know, have them stand there straight up, and roll the ping pong off the back of their heads, and if it didn't hit anything on the way to the ground, that'd be a 0. If it barely got deflected, that's a 5, and if it got stuck, that'd be a 10. But no, congratulations. I've seen the pictures of Ed's niece. I've had females in my family go through that. I have not seen any less competition and drive than I've seen on track teams, football teams. They're very serious about it. It's not like they portray on TV. I didn't see or hear of any cat fighting going on, but they're very serious. They get very serious prizes, and like he said, he were getting educational opportunities, and I think it's a wonderful opportunity for young ladies. But I'm sorry, you got to have a even keel in life. Because I'm sorry, listen, our freedom is given to us by the Creator. And that same Creator says that there's time when men will give up the use of women and women give up the use of men. Talks about feminists. It talks about being turned over to a reprobate mind. So if we want to change in this country, what the Creator stands for, and I believe there's plenty of forces that want us to go atheist, that way they can take away that main freedom, that freedom that all politicians from both sides in the past have never crossed that line, because there was a spiritual keel in this country, and it was the Creator, which is God. And that takes me, believe it or not, into what I called about. Omar, whatever her name.
Yeah, Elon Omar, yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, these Republicans getting up there and making a big hoop-de-doo and all this. The main thing they need to say, do you support the Constitution of the United States of America, or do you hold Sharia law above the Constitution? Because the two don't mix. The two absolutely does not mix. And she ain't saying nothing that she didn't say when they had the power to do something. These Republicans are only, and they're doing what they got to do, I get it. But where were they when they had the power to take care of this stuff? They were too afraid to speak up because they didn't want to look bad or be called a religious bigot or whatever. They didn't stand up for what's right. So now they're in a situation where good luck, because in less than 2 years, they may lose their seat in office. We may never see another Republican up there again if they end up taking over our government. We are in a serious hot water here. So I have to put up that Lindsey Graham. He's speaking. All these people. Where were they when they had the power to do something about this woman? But now, it's just a waste. It's just a waste of our time. But other than that, like I said, I hope I didn't step on Ed's toes too much. But it sort of gets my goal. Hey, I know I lust after women. That's wrong. I got to make it right, But because I'm in this keel, I know what's right and I know what's wrong. If I offend somebody, I got to make it right, because I'm on this religious, not religious, but religious keel that I got to stay on. But I can't keep changing the rules for all these this strange stuff coming around. Like you were saying earlier, the birth birthing, instead of mother, I guess because of Father's Day coming up or whatever, they're talking about a birthing partner or whatever. I mean, they're trying to tear everything we've got when it comes to our founding faith, which is in our Constitution. And our Constitution is biblically sound. It's after God, Jesus Christ, the Jewish faith, if you want. But Islam, it doesn't. It has a separate God from that, and they do not accept. They even in their faith have a term where they can lie to get power. They don't have to tell the truth on their faith. So we need to wake up and no, lesbians in the beauty contest. I don't want, because there's a bunch of little girls I've seen. I've gone to beauty contests with my granddaughters, and they were serious. They were young. I don't want them to work up and work into a situation where they turn a beauty contest into a political and a perversion. And I can't support them putting these little girls and these kids and putting them in a situation where they're supporting that mess. So bigotry, okay. Call me a bigot, because God himself wrote it down there in the first chapter of Romans. You can read it. That's it. And hey, I don't hold to that. Well, guess what? If you don't hold to that, by Jiminy John, I tell you what, your rights are given to you. Inalienable rights were given to you by the Creator. And that's why we are separate. That's how come we're a great nation. And we did have a Democrat and Republican Party that didn't step across that line, because there was a spiritual strength in this country of both Democrats and Republicans that they would not allow that the politicians to cross that line. Buddy, we're seeing what's happened. Keep kicking God out of the party, like the Democrats voted God out of their party during the Obama when they had their rally, and to get him elected. And boy, ever since they've done that, it sure does seem like God has kept his hand completely out of the Democrat Party. And you can see what we've got to live with today. So, hey, I'm going to step down off my soapbox. I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show.
All right, Chevy Guy. Anyone remember the quote? The day will come when they will call evil good and call good evil. Somebody said, do you think we're there yet? You think? Yeah, pretty damn close, that's for sure. All right, from our friends at CDL Life. Under the industry headlines this morning, an Ohio truck driver training school is going to discontinue services after nearly 50 years due to struggles associated with the COVID crisis, according to company leaders. The TDDS Technical Institute in Lake Milton, Ohio, will be shuttering training operations for student truck drivers and diesel mechanics. The announcement came out Friday in a letter sent to students and staff. In the letter, the company's CEO and owner pointed to the increased unemployment benefits because of the pandemic as a major reason for the closure. Most of our target student population found comfort in the enhanced unemployment compensation opportunity and have taken advantage of that benefit versus an educational path afforded to those in need of a well-paying career in the transportation industry. He also pointed to low revenue, staffing problems, an increase in the cost of day-to-day operation, and months of delays to the federal financial assistance renewal process as additional reasons for the school closure. WKBN reports the school will be up for sale, but if owners are unable to find a buyer, they will instead sell off the equipment and the property. This TDDS Technical Institute has been operating since 1973. I guess that means people that are unemployed, rather than going out and looking for a job right now, no, they're still, at least in the states that are offering it, sitting home enjoying their extra $300 a week in unemployment. Notice, I think as of Monday, yesterday, there's a handful of Republican states that that was the date, the cutoff date for that enhanced $300 from the federal government. The number of, I think we're up to 24, 25 states now that are going to be ending the unemployment enhanced benefits before the scheduled, the ending date from the feds is supposed to be September 5th, I believe it is, something like that. Firefighters in Texas shared stunning video of a truck explosion that injured several people over the weekend near Crowell, Texas. Ford County Sheriff Mike Brown told WFAA the truck belonged to a local harvester and caught fire due to a leak. The massive explosion happened soon after the truck caught fire. The driver of the truck and 2 firefighters were injured in the massive blast. But Brown said their injuries were actually minor. But the video shared on Facebook by the volunteer fire department that noted this was a very dangerous fire. And yeah, it was one heck of a fireball that erupted from that explosion. I'm not sure exactly what that truck was carrying to explode like that. And lastly here, before we get our news update, 2 people killed in a crash between a semi-truck and a car in Indiana early Sunday morning. A little after 2 o'clock in the morning, according to the ABC affiliate out of Indianapolis, Marlon Fuentes Sr. was driving south on County Road 875 with his 10-year-old son in the car when he failed to yield for an oncoming semi-truck at the US 30 intersection. As a result, that westbound semi struck the driver's side door of the car. Serious collision. Both Fuentes and his 10-year-old son were killed in that crash. Truck driver was uninjured. The identity of the truck driver was not released, but sad scenario there. You pull out in front of a big truck in an automobile and you're going to lose that fight. All right, it's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has passed another grim milestone in the pandemic, with 600,000 Americans having died of the virus. Deaths have still fallen off dramatically since a peak in January. The 7-day average has fallen nearly 90% since the winter high. All Southwest Airlines flights have been grounded due to a nationwide network issue. The issue is reportedly with the company's weather monitoring system, but Southwest has not cited a specific reason. The company has said on social media that they're working to correct the problem, but have not given a timeline for flights to resume. And Tropical Storm Bill has developed off the coast of the eastern U.S., becoming the second named storm of the hurricane season. Bill is around 300 miles off of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina, and moving to the east-northeast. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is expected to be short-lived and won't threaten the U.S. Forecasts show it could further strengthen on Tuesday, but is expected to begin to dissipate by Wednesday. This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
Following what he's deemed a successful summit with NATO leaders, President Biden is looking ahead to a meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Tim Berg has more.
President Biden says the NATO summit has been a success. Biden calling the NATO alliance rock solid and unshakable during a briefing in Brussels, despite the efforts of powerful nations like Russia and China. As all eyes turn to President Biden's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Wednesday, President Biden was asked what he'll tell Putin about how far the United States will go when the two countries don't agree.
We should decide where it's in our mutual interest, in the interest of the world, to cooperate. And the areas where we don't agree, make it clear what the red lines are.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Biden will meet with Putin on Wednesday in Geneva, where he's also expected to discuss a recent wave of cyber attacks originating from Russia, among a wide range of topics. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
As thousands of illegal immigrants each month continue to cross the southern border, one border state's governor is taking steps to protect his residents. Texas Governor Greg Abbott tells Fox News about the moves he's making on the border.
It's a multi-step strategy. First, we are increasing arrests. We're setting up situations where if you're stepping into the state of Texas, you're going to be stepping into an area for which there is a no trespassing zone. Because I have declared a disaster, if you are arrested for trespassing, it is immediately a jail-based offense up to 180 days in jail or higher. And then we're adding to that, working with locals as well as local residents. We are beginning this week to add fencing along the border where if that fencing is disturbed, that is vandalism. That is another crime for which we can arrest people coming across our border into the state of Texas.
Governor Abbott is expected to announce a plan for the state to build a border wall later this week. And the West is in the grips of a heat wave with record-setting temperatures and an elevated wildfire risk. The National Weather Service says temperatures in several western states could hit over 100 degrees for the next several days, with parts of the Southwest seeing highs in the 120s. Multiple record highs are also expected to be broken. With much of the West already seeing drought conditions, red flag warnings have been issued in parts of 5 states, meaning critical fire conditions are occurring. A combination of strong winds and low humidity is expected, which could significantly increase the chances of a wildfire igniting. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Heard there in the news update, it's official. The second named storm of the 21 Atlantic hurricane season, Bill, Tropical Storm Bill, rapidly developed into Tropical Depression 2 off the coast of North Carolina Monday morning, and then ramped right on up to Tropical Storm Bill. Maximum sustained winds at 45 miles per hour. That was the 11 p.m. update from the Hurricane Center. Not a threat to the U.S. mainland, moving northeast at like 23 miles per hour. But that will indeed be churning up the seas offshore, so shipping and fishing interests. It's a relatively small system, Ultimately, it's going to pass east of New England. So could have some rough surf all the way up the eastern seaboard. Looking at the map here, rough surf all the way up off the coast of Maine and eventually off the coast of Nova Scotia. Not supposed to be a long-lived system. All right, where we leave off there? Let me get back to someone sent me a link to the Facebook a video that was from out of Texas, I believe it was. Had a reporter out on the street there at a Fox Texas affiliate that actually surprised her network in a live hit yesterday, saying that she's been working with Project Veritas on secret recordings of her network, Fox News. Ivory Hecker was set to deliver a report on the heat wave in Texas, and they threw it to her out there to do a live report. She said, before we get to the heat wave, she mentioned that she has been secretly working with Project Veritas, that she has been muzzled. She and other reporters have been muzzled by Fox Corporation. And now as far as what they've been told not to speak about or muzzled about, that's what she did not release. But apparently today they will, via Project Veritas, be releasing secret recordings that will expose the behind-the-scenes allegations, they say, apparently of waste, fraud, and abuse, mostly targeting left-leaning media like NBC and CNN. Let's see, how did she say it? Before we get to that story, I want to let you, the viewers, know that Fox Corporation has been muzzling me to keep certain information from you, the viewers. And from what I'm gathering, I'm not the only reporter being subjected to this. I'm going to be releasing some recordings about what goes on behind the scenes at Fox because it applies to you, the viewers. I found a nonprofit journalism group called Project Veritas that's going to help me put that out Tuesday. So tune in to them. James O'Keefe, of course, with Project Veritas, posted a bit of a tease for the interview with her. Here's what he said. World exclusive tomorrow, which will be today. Project Veritas introduces you to Ivory Hecker, who blew the whistle on her own news network where she's currently employed as a television reporter. Ivory has a story to tell. She claims to have witnessed corruption and censorship firsthand. Best of all, she got it on tape. Stay tuned for the recordings of her superiors and colleagues tomorrow. There are those who've had enough, who live like they're dying. There are going to be hundreds more of them, thousands who exhibit a special form of moral courage, follow their conscience, and record what happens with a hidden camera to observe behaviors for the world to see. Be brave. Do something. If not us, who? And if not now, when? In a statement to Newsweek this past day, Hecker said a human resources dispute with Fox had taken a dark turn last August after interviewing an unidentified subject for her news station in Houston. She claims she was told to keep silent about opposing censorship. They decided they didn't like what the interview subject had said, and they went on to intentionally harass and defame me. I knew I was not working for a journalistic organization when I was called into a human resources meeting in December and told to keep my support for free speech and my opposition to censorship to myself. That those were not matters to be publicly spoken about. True journalism cannot exist in an environment of censorship. True journalism needs an environment of free speech. It's not clear if she has been disciplined or terminated after her surprising live hit this past evening. Well, I would say almost undoubtedly that the cancel culture is going to get her for sure. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton referred to Project Veritas by name last year, referring to a video alleging to expose a political consultant sweeping election fraud operations. What's shown in the video is shocking. This should alarm all Texans who care about election integrity. We are aggressively investigating the serious allegations and potential crimes that Project Veritas documentary audio and video recordings shed light on. We'll see where that goes. All right, so that's cancel culture. Cancel culture. Do not speak out about censorship. Those are not to be spoken publicly. All right, back to the calls here, and we'll try once again. I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line?
It's pocket change, man. I've been trying. It's taken me about 2 or 3 times with this new headset to get through to you, but I'm glad it did. So
yeah,
I just hey, hats off to the or whatever for that little girl, the reporter, to stand up to Fox News, but
and to drop that bombshell on live on the air, to drop that on, I was like, oh boy, that's not gonna go over well at Fox.
You're right. Yeah, man, it's she probably ain't gonna be employed, but maybe Newsweek will pick her up. Ain't no telling. Or Newsmax, I should say. But you were saying earlier, about the North Face is. I thought, why do these people wait until they're got the big snowball rolling to voice their opinion on something like that? The woke America there. Why won't they do it when they first start out?
Yeah.
They know they're going to fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
People wouldn't buy that stuff if they knew, that they want to involve politics into business like that. I mean, it's crazy, but. I just thought, just Coca-Cola, all of them doing the same thing, just getting in politics, sticking their nose in, and they, say, making soft drinks, don't they?
Yep.
But, but then again, too, you was talking about your pool. My daughter manages property, and they're getting a new pool put in, and she's saying that Sherwin-Williams doesn't have the paint. I don't know if I need to say Sherwin-Williams, but they don't have enough paint in stock. They said that they just don't have it. They can't get it. So it's like, what's going on with our businesses? Is the lack of employees hitting everywhere like that?
That's the case. Yeah, I mean, I don't care from manufacturing facilities, fast food joints, you name it. They're all saying that this whole supply chain interruption stuff does indeed have something to do with the lack of finding people to work.
Yeah, I mean, what about your chlorine? Have you been able to find chlorine, at your local pool shop?
Yeah, my wife, actually, I think she was out at Costco, and she got some of the big 3-inch tablets. She got me 2 tubs. I think that's probably going to be enough to get me through the summer. She got some shock, and she got some, algicide, so I think we're in pretty good shape.
What was it? Was it a drastic price increase on it, or?
Yeah, the tablets seem to be a little bit more expensive. Right now, the liquid shock, then in the gallons, you get I got 4, 1 gallon and 4 gallons in a box. It was like $15.99. That's not much more than it was last year.
She bought a big tub of chlorine tablets. They couldn't find them, down there in Alabama where we live. That's not where we're from, but. That's where we live. But I just want to put that in there. But that she paid like $230 for a big tub of the tablets, like what you're talking about, to just have some on hand. They couldn't find it nowhere. Said that the plant that supplies the tablets or the chlorine, they caught on fire. I don't know who it was. It was ACH or who, but said it caught on fire. But
that was the plant down in Louisiana that caught on fire during the hurricane last year. And that was one of the, I think there's only 3 or 4, plants in the country. That facility that caught on fire was one that does manufacture like the tablets and the granulated chlorine products and all, the kind of stuff that apparently is becoming hard to find.
Okay, so they probably hadn't had an opportunity to rebuild and get back up and running, huh?
Correct.
Yeah, well, I want to say congratulations to Big Ed and his niece, because I brought back memories back in 77. I dated a girl that she was in a lot of those beauty pageants like that right there. And it's a lot of work goes into it. So, it's something. I know her mama was pretty stern on what she could do and anything like that. She didn't want her to date much. She wanted to focus on her beauty pageants. But that was back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So. But that was about it. I just want to holler at you, check in on that and voice my opinion about old North Face there. It's just, people just need to, keep her company out of politics like that and just focus on building a product.
In this day and age, delving into politics in the business world, I mean, we all understand it's a 50-50 split for the most part in this country. So anything you say politically, half the people are offended, half the people are going to agree with you. And when you're in a business trying to, sell a product or whatever, you don't want to urinate off half your potential sales audience, right? All right. He mentioned the pool chlorine shortage. I tried to get an update, and there are numerous stories around the country. Yesterday, from the Fox affiliate there in St. Louis, pool owners and pool supply stores are feeling the impact of a nationwide chlorine shortage, especially as the weather warms up. Let's see. One pool owner in the St. Louis area said, "This is the third time I've made a trip to various stores, and I finally found it. I've been hunting for chlorine tablets. Finally found it when he walked into Baker Pool and Spa in Chesterfield Monday and bought a bucket of tablets. Tablets are hard to come by because of the nationwide chlorine shortage. The fire, it was the BioLab plant in Louisiana back in August. Baker Pool and Spa store manager said, "We've had some customers drive up to 3 hours to get chlorine here." The shortage is also driving up some prices by more than 30% because the one plant supplied a large amount of the nation's chlorine. It was hard to get toilet paper last year. That's turning into tablets. People just can't get enough of it. It's like a toilet paper shortage for the pool industry. We just can't get chlorine. Last August, when we heard the plant was on fire, we knew something was going to happen. We stocked up. We know this was coming, so we stocked up last October and November. David said, some people are converting their pools to saltwater pools due to the shortage. But he did say there are other workarounds. Different chemicals you can add so you can go through less chlorine. We've helped a lot of people out that way. One thing you got to pay attention to, you got to have enough stabilizer. The stabilizer. Otherwise, on a hot, sunny day, you can put chlorine in and the sun will just burn it out in no time at all. If you got stabilizer level is correct, it holds the chlorine level for a much longer period of time. All right, so let's get back to the calls here. Who's next up? It's 844-844-3388. And I believe we've got Fred on the line. Hello, Fred.
Hello, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. What's been happening?
Well, I don't know how to get you on my XM iHeartRadio here. I've been 5 months I've been missing your show. I can't seem to find out the correct numbers to put in, so I kind of need to know what they are.
Now, well, we're not on the satellite radio. We're not on Sirius XM. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, I'm sorry. You're on iHeart, right?
The podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
The podcast would be on iHeart. That would be like what the previous day's show. If you want to catch the show live, you've got to use we have an iPhone app. We have the Android app.
Right.
Okay, so which?
Okay, I've got the iPhone.
You got the iPhone. So if you go to the
Correct.
If you go to the App Store, as they call it, you type in overnightdriveradio.com, and it's a free app. You download it, and then with the push of a button, you can listen on that.
Okay, I've been driving around at night here all this time and wonder what happened to you, and I finally Googled it and found out. Then I kept trying to get where you were at, and I couldn't find it. So it's overnight radio.
Overnightdriveradio.com. Overnight Drive Radio.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to type that in there, and then I'll be able to get you live.
And of course, if you're on like the internet or whatever, you go to Overnight Drive Radio. You can, that has links to all the different podcast services. You can listen on. You got the Facebook, the YouTube, the Apple, the Google Podcast, Amazon, Spotify. But the live show is only going to that the podcast or like what you're listening to now will be downloaded for tomorrow to listen to on podcasts.
Okay, but I want a live show.
You want the live show. There you go. Yeah, go to the iPhone store, overnightdriveradio.com. You got to put .com in as well.
Right. Well, I sure appreciate it.
I'm glad you found us once again, Fred, after all this time.
Yeah, me too. I listened to your dad for years and years. I've been out here 54 years running around. So
wow.
I've been around a while. Still doing it.
You've seen a lot of changes, Fred. Well, all right. Well, spread the word. Let your fellow drivers know.
Okay,
if you knew they listened to us, let them know where to find us.
I'll sure do it. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. There you go. All right. Yeah, like I say, one step at a time. Hey, got an email from Kyle. He wanted to give us an update here. An extra note about next weekend's big race, next Friday, Saturday. We're talking about June the 25th and 26th. It'll be the Outlaw Diesel Super Series headed to the legendary Virginia Motorsports Park in North Dinwiddie, Virginia. Hot Shot Secret will be out there along with all the fastest diesel drag racers in the country, including the world's fastest diesel, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, along with all the other Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers. It's the next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Points series, and he said it's always guaranteed to be a great time. One thing I forgot to mention about this leg of the series is that along with the drag racers, and there is a vendor alley full of diesel industry manufacturers, there's also an awesome truck show, including some big rigs. There's a flyer attached for all the classes of the Truck Show Awards, most notably the Custom Big Rig Awards. Yeah, always some cool trucks there, and I'd love to see some Overnight Drive listeners roll in for the show. Gates open at noon on Friday. Test sessions and qualifying rounds of racing going on until 10 p.m. Saturday, gates open at 8 a.m. Track goes hot at 11 a.m. with racing running all day long. Now, spectator tickets will just run you $20. I hope to see a bunch of Steve Sommers Overnight Drive listeners out there at the race, and I'll even sweeten the pot. Anybody who stops by the Hot Shot Secret booth and says they're an Overnight Drive listener, I'll give them a free quart of Stiction Eliminator. That's a $32 value, and hey, that would cover your $20 spectator fee. Let's roll out the big rigs to Virginia Motorsports Park and catch some diesel drag racing. By the way, that's south of Richmond, Virginia, near where I-95 and 85 meet up. So again, June 25th and 26th, go up to the booth and say, I'm an Overnight Drive radio listener. Love that Steve Sommers show. All right. Thank you very much, Kyle. Let's see. Big Moose is out there. I guess he was listening to Big Ed talking about the Miss Oklahoma contest there. He said, Betty the Bush Hog for Miss Oklahoma 2022. All right. Let's see. Got an email from Pappy here as we roll toward our news break, bottom of the hour. He said, I double-checked with my source on the contracting with China to launch our satellite after the shuttle disasters. Confirmed it was China. Yeah, the shuttle disasters and the USA deciding to contract with China to launch our satellite gave China the boost in their space explorations. After the crash with the satellite, back in the early to mid-90s, China requested guidance systems help from the U.S. companies, who gave China some of our guidance systems technology. It took several years after the shuttle disaster to get China to that point. But point is, the United States has actually assisted China in their development and technology. Wow. Yeah, I remember the discussion way back when Bill Clinton was in office, talking about sharing some of the missile technology. Several people had, I think Vic sent me some info about that yesterday morning as well. All right. Boy, oh boy, with this whole COVID thing, and many places are no longer requiring masks. The mask mandate in Ohio dropped off about a week ago. Now, there are still some. Now, it's maybe 50-50, a little less than 50% probably actually wearing masks when they go into stores and whatnot. I'm assuming, is the mandate still in place in parts of Georgia? What a horrific... A cashier gunned down in a supermarket Monday for asking a man to put on a mask. A retired deputy that intervened was also shot, according to authorities. This was at the Big Bear supermarket in DeKalb, Georgia, when the worker, I guess it was a cashier, asked 30-year-old Victor Tucker Jr. To mask up due to the pandemic. Tucker refused, got into an argument with the woman, and then left the store without making any sort of a purchase. He then barged back inside the store and allegedly just walked up and shot her in the head. Cashier was pronounced dead at Grady Memorial Hospital. The retired deputy, a part-time reservist with the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, who was working security at the store, jumped in, returning fire. According to the DeKalb Sheriff's Office spokeswoman, both Tucker and the ex-deputy, a former 30-year member of the force, were struck by gunfire. Authorities say a second cashier was grazed by a bullet, treated at the scene. Thank God the former deputy was actually wearing a bulletproof vest at the time. He's in stable condition at Atlanta Medical Center. Tucker was arrested by responding deputies as he tried to crawl out the front door after having been shot. He was also taken to Grady Memorial Hospital in stable condition. But all this over wearing a simple mask. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United United States has passed another grim milestone in the pandemic, with 600,000 Americans having died from the virus. Deaths have still fallen off dramatically since a peak in January. The 7-day average has fallen nearly 90% since the winter peak. President Biden urged Americans who haven't yet gotten vaccinated to go get their shot.
My heart goes out to all those who've lost a loved one. I know that black hole that seems to consume you, that fills up your chest when you lose someone that's close to you that you adored. That's why I continue to say to America, if you've not been vaccinated, get vaccinated. Get vaccinated as soon as possible. We have plenty vaccination, plenty of sites. We have more work to do to beat this virus.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot for Liberty HealthShare. If you need a healthcare program for 2021, you are in luck. Liberty HealthShare offers affordable healthcare sharing programs starting as low as $199 per month. Learn more at libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. I found Liberty HealthShare 6 years ago. It was the best decision I've ever made. It's an alternative to health insurance. It's Christian healthcare sharing from a nonprofit ministry. There are no contracts. There's no network. You can choose any doctors or hospitals you want. Here's the most important things you need to know. First, credibility. Liberty has over 200,000 members. They paid out over $1.2 billion in claims in the past 4 years. Second, my personal experience. I'm a member. My children are members. Just in premiums alone, I've saved over $120,000 since I joined. Could you use an extra $120,000? To find out more about your health sharing options, call 855-58-LIBERTY, 855-58-LIBERTY, or go to libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root. That's libertyhealthshare.org/Wayne Root.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Well, hello to Shaky checking in tonight. Send me an email. By the way, email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Very simple. It's a great feeling night here. Edinburgh, Indiana. Stars are out. A non-humid 73 degrees. Feels great outside. Then he sends me a photograph of his Miller Lite in his koozie. All right, well, enjoy that. Good to hear from you, Shaky. And we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Shorty said, I came through Needles, California, 6 p.m., and it was 118 degrees. Wow. John checking in from Hawaii this morning. Good to have you with us there. Charlene, morning, waiting on my newspapers here in Pennsylvania. We've got some fog here. Yeah, I know you had the rain come through earlier, so yeah, watch out for the fog. Obviously, our friend Rick is with us tonight. Let's see. Anna says, can't find housing in Columbus. I've been looking for a year. Play a lot of games. Nobody wants you no matter how qualified you are. Let's see. Hey, Steve, been here all night. Just got my pickup in Seymour, Indiana. So I figured I'd say hello. 73 degrees clear over here. That's Michael. Good to have you with us as well. All right, back to the calls here on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, so you had a little rattle, thunderstorms there in your neck of the woods. I was talking about that when we started the show.
Yeah, it caused me an hour and a half delay at the oil refinery.
Due to
don't let you load with the lightning.
That's what I thought. Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, I got an hour and a half delay sitting there waiting from midnight to almost 1:45 there before I could get in to get loaded. So anyways, that's what that was. But anyways, I did hear the red mule there mentioning my tractor there. So yeah, so I guess he's impressed with that a little bit. I didn't put any wax or anything on it. It was just a It was just out there just like it normally is there. But anyway, so what is the elevation in Seymour there? You said you had a message there from Seymour. Was that Seymour, Ohio, you said?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I was wondering what the elevation was in that. If you could see more, I figured it had to have pretty high elevation to see more, right?
Yeah, right.
Because if they had low elevation, you'd see less.
Bingo.
Something like that. But anyways, there. So did you catch any of this police stuff going on? New York and Chicago, and I guess there was a little bit of police action over the weekend in Cincinnati and Baltimore and even down Ocean City, Maryland. Even Ocean City, Maryland had police action going on there. Did you catch that? People were up in arms about the police action in Ocean City, Maryland.
I hadn't caught that. No.
Yeah, they had some officers that were making an arrest of people that were being little ignorant and not responding to instructions by the officer. And I guess there was a situation where 2 or 3 officers had a subject on the ground, and another one came up and put a couple knees into the subject that was on the ground. And so now we're going to have it all start all over again, or just continue. I guess it's just continue, isn't it? It's not start all over.
Right.
But anyway, so I guess we'll see how all that develops. But they got video of it. You know, there's always video every time something happens. There's video, and I'm thinking, you know, when are the officers just going to give up and just say, you know, go ahead and do whatever you want, because all that's going to happen to us is we get in trouble if we try to do our job. So when are the officers just going to say, the heck with it, just let it all go, let it all happen? You know, there's a little part of downtown here that was the kind of the high end restaurant area, and bars and, you know, stuff like that. And they were complaining that there was some crime going on, and there was dirt bikes riding around in the middle of the night. They wanted a little bit of police presence to you know, help out and try to calm things down through the overnights. And so the Baltimore City Police, they parked their command center right in front of one of the local taverns. And then the tavern owner's out there complaining that, well, nobody's going to come to his establishment if there's a Baltimore City command center parked out in front watching everybody go in and out. But it's like, well, first, you know, you want your business the way it was, but then you complain because the crime around. So the Baltimore City does something, and then you complain that the city's now apparently done too much. So they don't. I don't know. I don't know how you win in this, but I don't know. We had a bunch of shootings around in Baltimore yesterday. They had one at one of the malls there at one of the downtown malls. That, you know, it's just that was in the area where they wrote right on the streets. You know, they got their paint rollers out and wrote right on the streets, defund police. And well, they have the shooting, and guess who the first ones they called to come after the shooting is? Who they called? They called the police.
Sure.
Steve, can you mention that?
Yep.
So I don't know.
So I'm looking at the video. I'm looking at the video out of Ocean City. So I mean, so you got this. Yeah, pretty stocky black guy. And all right, so now they've got him on the ground, but he's got his hands under his belly. And here's the question: do officers know if he's trying to get a gun or if he's trying to pull a knife or whatever? But they can't get his arms behind him, so one of the officers starts throwing a knee into his side, and I see already that the NAACP and who else? The ACLU are all looking to have these officers fired. That was excessive force.
Yep. And there was people that, you know, of course the news is there, and they interview these people, and they're like, well, they could have just put handcuffs on him. They could have just put handcuffs on him.
They couldn't get his hands behind his back. Yeah, that's. So another scenario, law enforcement just trying to do their job. Oh my.
Yep. So I don't know. I'm thinking it's just I'm thinking it's just going to be hands off for the police. And if I was an officer, it'd be hands off and go ahead, do what you want. Here's a good one for you. I just got a letter from my cousin, and he's in one of these correctional facilities up in upstate New York. He's there for quite a while. He's a long-term resident. Let's put it that way. And so, anyways, they're bringing narcotics, synthetic narcotics into the prison by putting them in clothing. They're actually soaking the synthetic narcotics, the lettering, if they put like lettering on clothes and stuff, like how, they write pink and stuff like that on the shorts or whatever, or, and whatever
so
words they put on
the drugs
they're
are
actually
in what
this,
would appear to be the ink on the shirt. That the drugs are actually. So what do they just have to get it wet?
They just have to get it wet and get it out, and they can, ingest it however they do. And, there's a whole drug culture and black market and everything in the prison systems. I mean, don't think all that stuff doesn't go on there. It's not all pretty inside, sunshine and bunnies, but so where's the crime stopping? And I mean, everybody knows it goes on, and there's only so much you can do to police it. But I guess if it keeps some of the inmates happy and keeps them from causing problems, then I guess you let them do it. But I guess you kind of try to figure out who the troublemakers are going to be if they're going to have fights or whatever in there. But I don't know. It's just a whole there's just a whole another way of life that's just going on here, and I guess we're seeing the dark side of it here. And I don't know. It's just as I say, it's gone from crazy to insane here what we got going on. So I don't know where we're going to end up at, but I just thought I'd kind of bring those up. But anyways, yeah, not a whole lot going on there. But I did talk to Kyle this morning. Yeah. Or I guess it was yesterday morning at this point. So we did get attached on the ringy dingy there and had a little conversation. But I found out one of the places I was at that I normally deliver in the overnights, I was actually at during the early morning, starting business hour morning time yesterday, and I'm standing there, and this big hauler trailer comes in. It's got a big diesel-powered race trucks on the side of it and all that. And come to find out, it's competition. It's going to be there in Virginia, and I'm almost thinking, if I remember what they told me right, I think they're the host of that show that's coming up in Virginia. You just announced that Kyle gave you that little promotion for. And but anyways, so anyways, that's down, as you said, down near the Richmond area. But so anyways, I carried my tablet over because I didn't have any catalogs with me, but I carried my tablet over, and I said, do you know of this product? And it was the owner who was standing there I was talking to, and he's like, oh yeah, we know of them. It's like, okay. I said, there's no need for me to continue on. He's like, nope, we know all about that stuff. So, so Hot Shot Secret in the industry is very well known. So it was kind of impressive. I stood there and talked to them for probably half an hour, 45 minutes, and they got one truck in there that's putting out over 1,000 horsepower. Wow. So diesel, it's like it's either 2,500 or 3,500. I forget what size it was now, but it was a full size Chevy or GMC, and it was, as I say, they said it put out they had three turbos on it, putting out over 1,000 horsepower. So I was like, yeah, I'm pretty impressed. But I've been delivering next to this place for almost 13 years and didn't know they were there because they were on the other side of one of the buildings. They're on the back side of one of the buildings and of next door to where I deliver. And 13 years I've been going there, didn't know they were there. So, but thought it was kind of interesting, now that we kind of tied up with Hot Shot Secret here since the beginning of the year, pretty tight, and learned all about this diesel racing and stuff since the beginning of the year. And there that shows up. So anyways, it was good chatting with them, and kind of talk business with them, talk their business with them, and actually understood a little bit and knew a little bit, and they had pretty high prices there for the that S10 there that broke the 4-second mark. So they said they're chasing them. They said they're going after them. So better watch out, because they're going to be biting on their tail. But I guess we'll see what happens there. A week from Friday, week from Saturday. So we'll see how that works out. But talking to Kyle there, he said to give him some, keep giving him some ideas there, and we got some things for Chad and that. So I got a question for you, Steve. You remember back in the day when John Madden there used to be in football, and he was the head coach, and then he was I think he was on Fox Sports maybe.
Right.
And he used to go around from all season, he'd be going around from one stadium to the next, and he didn't get on a plane to do all that. He got on a motor coach, and because he didn't want to be up in the air. He wanted to keep his feet there close to the ground, so he rode motor coach. What would you think? What would you think of a Hot Shot Secret overnight drive radio motor coach that Steve Sommers could do the overnight drive radio show from anywhere in the country and go out on tour?
Okay, I don't know. I kind of like my secret bunker and all, but
well, we could just write on the front of the motor coach, streetcar named Desire, and you'd be right to home.
Yeah.
And depending on how secret we could keep it, it could be, I don't know, if we got it all wrapped up, and your face there like 8 feet high on the side of the bus. I don't know. We might not be able to keep that quite so secret there.
So what, we got to go out to the junkyard and find an old Bluebird bus? Is that what we?
Well, I was thinking the Moose there. He has that one that he got.
Oh, the short bus, the mini bus. Truck. Yeah, so I could wear a helmet and lick the windows while I'm doing the show, right?
That's right. And when the crap starts getting too deep, you got that dump truck behind the bus. You can fill it up. But anyways, no, I don't know. It's just thinking, get you out, and then you can get to all the truck shows and then all the racing events, and then you wouldn't have to do all that, spend all that money on that Flow TV and all that. If you were actually at the events, you could actually see them live and then report on them at night. But anyways, I don't know. I just figured maybe we'll see where the budget goes, but how all this promotion stuff goes, but I just wondering what your thoughts were on a big motor coach there, around the countryside like John Madden, because then he could be like a big high up executive, muckety muck type person, and just a thought. I just thought
you and your big ideas.
That's right. So I don't know. We'll have to see.
All right. Well, thanks for thinking about me. Horse feathers. All right. About 5 before the hour. Yeah, I saved this one up. I was going to mention it last evening, and I just didn't feel in the mood to delve into it. Then you've got this whole controversy with Ilhan Omar, trying to make it. Comparing the United States and Israel with a terrorist organization. And it's what have we come to in this country? This was an actual school board member giving a graduation speech, speaking to a mainly immigrant class of high schoolers. And she says, you're entering a world filled with racism, extreme versions of individualism and capitalism, and white supremacy. She went on to encourage them to remember their jihad and reject the concepts of objectivity and neutrality. Fairfax County School Board member Abrar Omish gave the keynote address at the commencement for Justice High School in Falls Church, Virginia last week. Ceremony began with it all began with a ceremony which the JROTC military cadets were the only people at the graduation who wore masks. The class president then led what she called the nation's anthem, referring to the Pledge of Allegiance, in which she said the U.S. was one nation under Allah. Yes. She was out of view of the camera, but a picture from another recent graduation shows her as the only person without her hand over her heart during the pledge. The president of the student government then introduced Omesh by noting that she was Virginia co-chair for the Bernie Sanders campaign, and that her father, Issam Omesh, was a leader and board member of the Dal al-Haraj Islamic Center, who raised his daughter to be an outspoken woman. This Dar al-Haraj is a mosque that was attended by two of the September 11 hijackers, as well as the shooter in the 2009 attack on Fort Hood. Its imam was Anwar al-Awlaki. That's the one who President Obama then ordered killed by a drone strike for plotting terrorism. Omesh noted that her father was in attendance at the graduation. Her address seemed to herald the school's roles as political indoctrination centers. You all kicked off the first ever Black History Month assembly to ensure that we confront our history and answer honestly about the ills of our past, she said. She lauded a teacher who used her access to children to encourage them to become political activists and said the demands by students were an effective way to change school policy. Huge shout out to the class president who called her a role model, and Miss Corey Haynes, a teacher, for her leadership in supporting and empowering students despite the pushback. Okay. Much of the speech appeared designed to signal that she was unrepentant for a recent tweet in which she called Israel a colonizing state that desecrates the Holy Land and kills Palestinians. Now, I could see something like this in, say, Minneapolis or up there in Omar's district. I would not see this in Falls Church, Virginia. But there you have it. All right, news update time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has passed another grim milestone in the pandemic, with 600,000 Americans having died from the virus. Deaths have still fallen off dramatically since a peak in January. The 7-day average has fallen nearly 90% since the winter peak. President Biden urged Americans who haven't yet gotten vaccinated to go get their shot.
My heart goes out to all those who've lost a loved one. I know that black hole that seems to consume you, that fills up your chest when you lose someone close to you that you adored. That's why I continue to say to America, if you've not been vaccinated, get vaccinated. Get vaccinated as soon as possible. We have plenty vaccinations, plenty of sites. We have more work to do to beat this virus.
This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They are comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
One of the country's largest mall owners is filing for bankruptcy. Tim Berg has more details.
Mall owner Washington Prime Group is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company that owns more than 100 shopping centers filing late Sunday, blaming the coronavirus pandemic for creating what it called significant challenges. The company's CEO saying restructuring will enable the company to right-size its balance sheet and position the company for success moving forward. The filing isn't a surprise, as retail analysts had noted that malls were struggling before the pandemic kneecapped in-store shopping. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Vermont has become the first state in the nation to reach 80% of its eligible population having received at least one shot. The Vermont Department of Health says over 440,000 Vermonters over the age of 12 have received at least one dose. The state reached that milestone on the same day that Governor Phil Scott rolled back his state's mask mandate and indoor capacity limits. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At this weekend summit, the leaders of the G7 countries called for a new and transparent investigation into the origins of COVID-19, as called for in a recent report from the World Health Organization. That's something that seems difficult to accomplish with China refusing to cooperate. Congressman Michael McCall says he doesn't trust the WHO to conduct any further investigation. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the organization has previously been willing to cover up the role of the lab in Wuhan in the pandemic.
I was pleased to see they focused a lot on China. But nothing really concrete came out of that. In fact, the only thing I saw concrete was a recommendation that the WHO, World Health Organization, investigate once again the lab in Wuhan, which we now believe is a source of COVID-19. I don't think this investigation can be done properly with the WHO, who's headed up by Director General Tedros, who's a hand-picked puppet of President Xi and has demonstrated his ability over the last year and a half to cover everything up and never warn the public about a pandemic. And the cover-up was massive, Sandra, and many details there, but a massive cover-up. I don't trust them to be responsible for this important investigation.
And Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says he won't support a bipartisan infrastructure proposal unveiled last week by a group of 10 senators. Sanders told reporters Monday evening that the bill is not big enough to address the country's needs. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go, just like that. Another hour underway. And we do have some traveler's weather to throw your way. Speaking about the Northeast, where, saw that strong line of storms pushing through the Northeast this past afternoon and evening. Most of that's now offshore. So things calming down. But that's going to begin ushering in a significant downturn in temperatures and humidities later this week. First part of June, you started off very warm in the Northeast, averaging well above average. You've also seen quite a bit of humidity since last week, so it felt very sticky and summer-like. Average temperatures this time of year, low to mid-70s up in New England, low to mid-80s in the mid-Atlantic. Highs have been slightly above those averages as we wrapped up the weekend, but the humidity was still high. So that's kind of a conductive environment for some of those heavy rains to develop. As a storm system drops southward, we saw some quarter-sized hail in Pennsylvania and parts of eastern Ohio on Sunday. Apparently in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, hail fell for like 5 minutes straight there. I guess it was piling up. Trees brought down in West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Some blocking roads, downing power lines as they fell. Thousands were out of power in parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia Sunday evening. In Masontown, PA, an entire mobile home park was submerged in water after thunderstorms there led to flooding. 8 people had to be evacuated. No injuries reported. Similar to these storms, what we saw this past evening was some torrential rain, some damaging winds. High wind reports kind of clustered around southeastern Ohio, the northern border of West Virginia and southwestern Pennsylvania, with a line of reports around central PA into New Jersey Monday evening. About 25,000 without power in Pennsylvania and New Jersey tonight. Hail ranging from maybe dime to as much as golf ball size. Fell in parts of New York this past day. Now, the last of these series of disturbances is going to swing through the region today. It's going to bring another round of showers and maybe a stray thunderstorm today. But this latest disturbance is going to be associated with a big dip in the jet stream that's going to bring the Northeast much cooler conditions. High pressure develops over the Great Lakes, pulling drier air across the Northeast. Not only will this drier air help suppress the rain chances, it will also dramatically lower the humidity levels. So it's going to feel much more comfortable. Your air conditioners and fans can probably get a break. Fresh air. Open up some windows. Many locations from Vermont to Washington, D.C. will actually see temperatures below average for this time of year. Once we get to midweek, you'll see sunshine Wednesday, Thursday. Highs expected to be generally in the 70s. Even some highs only in the 60s there in the northern tier up toward New England. Overnight hours, big time cool down. Lows in the 40s and 50s. We'll have you breaking out the light jackets or maybe a long sleeve. Looks like the warmer, more humid conditions quickly return for the end of the week as the next storm system approaches. I see here in the Ohio Valley, we're going to have a bit of a cool down as well. Some highs in the 70s for a day or two. Then we warm back into the 80s once again toward the weekend. Looks like maybe another cool shot early next week. So, former President Trump celebrating his birthday this past day. Despite being banned on Twitter, Happy Birthday Donald Trump was trending Monday with more than 38,500 tweets as of the noon hour, coincidentally born on Flag Day. Former President Trump celebrated with well wishes from his colleagues and supporters. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo tweeting, "Happy birthday, President Donald Trump. Serving alongside you to put America first was an honor. Here's to never giving up on making America great." Juanita Broaddrick, one of former Bill Clinton's sexual misconduct accusers, and a past campaign debate guest in 2016, even stayed up to midnight to potentially be America's first in wishing Trump a happy birthday. She tweeted, "I stayed up till midnight to say happy 75th birthday to the best president ever. America love you and misses you." Donald Trump Jr. Tweeted with a picture of his father embracing the American flag, which was denigrated by the social justice and anti-policing movements during his campaigns and presidency. Happy birthday, President Trump. Happy birthday. All right, let's see. On down the line, there was a letter of thanks for many of the Trump administration accomplishments. What did Trump accomplish? Fight for us, the forgotten men and women of America. Ignoring the media pressure and political correctness. Taking the American economy to the greatest heights it's ever reached, lifting millions out of poverty, delivering record low unemployment for African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord, renegotiating NAFTA, taking on communist China, building a wall, stopping illegal immigration, defending the integrity of our police officers, rebuilding our military, vision and wisdom to create Space Force, standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel, wiping out ISIS, shaking up the Middle East, delivering 3 conservative Supreme Court justices, COVID vaccines thanks to Operation Warp Speed, punishing statue topplers and honoring American history at Mount Rushmore, being our voice for truth in the world, filled with the lies of leftist corporate media organizers, critical race theory activists, and big tech censorship, transferring power back from Washington, D.C. to the American people. Yeah, Trump was the oldest president in U.S. history until Joe Biden became the oldest president in history on his inauguration day. Now, I share all those accomplishments so I can talk a little bit about Sleepy Joe. And comments from Jim Jordan this past day. And I quote, "This has been the worst 5-month start of an administration probably in our lifetime." Not probably, definitely in our lifetime, says Representative Jim Jordan. Jordan prognosticated that the Republicans will take back the House in 2022. We're going to take back the House in 18 months. I really believe that's going to happen. And I think President Trump's going to run for re-election in 24. I think he's going to be the next president. Democrats do not have the necessary accomplishments to win in 22, citing the liberal talking points that will actually turn off voters. The crisis on the border, the fact that inflation is driving up the price of everything, energy prices, the price of steel, lumber, aluminum, any supply, everything, anything you buy at the grocery store is going up. And they're going to talk about the tax increases that are coming. But what have they got to talk about? The only thing they can talk about is January 6th and try to hang on to this lockdown due to the COVID that seems, they want that to be the focus. That's it. They've got nothing else. Jordan then compared the pre-Biden U.S. with the post-Biden U.S. Stark contrast abound. We went from secure borders to chaos. We went from energy independence to gas lines. We went from peace in the Middle East to rockets, thousands of rockets being fired on our friend and ally Israel. So look, it's like I said, we got to try to stop the bad policies from happening as best we can. We take back the House, and we got to hold them off for now and win back the House and put things back in order. But a great 5 months. Yeah, great way to start off with this new administration. All right, with that, let's get back to your calls here on a Tuesday morning. What's happening this morning in Florida there, Philip?
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing well. How's your week starting off?
We're doing okay. Had a little rain there yesterday. It was pretty nice. Hey, Steve, have you seen we got 3 places to watch today? We went from having 1 place to watch for hurricanes, and now we got 3. Have you seen that?
Yes, yeah, you got, the Gulf, and then way down there off the coast of Central America, and then we've got Bill off the coast, the East Coast.
You've got the Bay of Campeche down in there, and then actually got one that's going to be off the North Carolina coast, but it's going to stay out to sea, and then you also got one out in Africa down there coming off the Cape Verde. So we ain't got the sand blocking it this year. You know about that sand that blocks it, Steve, every year?
Yeah, that's. I mean, last year some of that traveled all the way over to where you had some orange sunrise and sunsets as far west as Texas.
Sure did. That sand comes off the Sierra Desert in Africa, and that blocks those storms from building out there in the Atlantic. So it's not there right now. All the sand is actually going south from Africa. It's going down in the south. So the winds have changed dramatically. So we might want to hang on and see what happens. We might have them coming across like they do there for back in the 70s and the 80s, you know. They just train across the Atlantic there, you know, in Caribbean. But did you hear yesterday they announced the next crewed mission was when it was going to be happening?
I did not catch that.
Yeah, it's going to be in October, but in September they're going to have that crewed mission that everybody is pretty much not trained. You know, they're private individuals going up. That's going to be in September. And then October, that's when the next crew, I think it's Crew 3 is the number they're using for it, is going to be happening. And Thursday, we've got a Block 9 that's coming out with another GPS satellite out. I don't know what this Space Force is doing that we've got in the United States, but we sure are launching a lot of these GPS satellites here lately. Have you noticed that, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what all these GPS satellites do. I know the Chinese have been launching quite a few, and but this one that's going off Thursday is another Space Force one. It's another Space Force launch. So, and I appreciate you putting on there about the lady that was at the commencement at graduation there.
Falls Church, Virginia, of all places.
Absolutely. And you know what's funny is, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like that CRT stuff. So I don't know. I don't really get it with them people, I tell you. And this inclusive stuff and all that, I don't know. I just don't get it. Why can't we just all live together? We're all the same. Let's live on and do what we got to do instead of playing this splitting people apart, you know, and segregating people. It's even worse with that than it was with the situation back in the day, in some cases now. But I can't understand it, Steve. Why they just keep pushing this stuff? It's crazy. It's really crazy. So, but did you hear about the new policy that we've got in place today for Disney World?
Give us the full report. What's changing?
Okay, if you want to come to Walt Disney World, I'm not the first one to say this. This is in the media. I can say it. you can take your mask off, except there's only a few places you can wear your mask now, and that's on transportation, be it monorails, the gondolas, which is the skyway, and then also in the buses.
Okay.
Just on transportation. That's it. So when you're standing in that hot line waiting to get in that ride, you can have your mask off. You can go in the buildings, you can have your mask off. That starts today at Walt Disney World.
Wow.
And it's going to, and hopefully by July 4th, we all can have our masks off, but that's my personal opinion. That's nothing to deal with the company, but yeah, that starts today. Today will be the very first day of it. It's on transportation though, which is an enclosed vehicle. It's only on enclosed vehicles. So that'd be a monorail, a bus, or a gondola. So that's a big jump for us.
Life gradually begins to return to some semblance of normalcy then. So you won't have the mask police running around telling you to put your mask on.
Yeah, you won't have the guys in the yellow shirts running around saying, put your mask on, or anything like that. We've had it. It's been, they've toned it down a lot with the masks as far as you could wear it on open areas. But they said when you became inside of an attraction in the buildings, enclosed areas, they wanted you to have it on. But they've taken that away now. And so the next step, we're crossing our fingers. We're hoping July 4th. But we don't know. We'll see how it goes. It just depends on what the company wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to come on down, come on down. And for my cohorts over at Universal, they have increased their capacity. They are at 100% now, Steve.
I was just going to ask about how capacity things were going. Are you still limited there at Disney, or?
Yeah, Disney is still taking kind of a wait and see on that. I mean, they're up in the capacity a little bit. Who's to say what's going to happen with after today? I imagine today they're going to see how things go and then take it from there. But it could be back up to full things within a few weeks. I mean, it won't take much. We've got rid of the social distancing stripes on the ground now. The masks are with the next step, and then the next step would be full capacity. But Universal, they said yesterday they're full capacity. They're going back to right where it was at. They don't care. They're going right back to where it's at. And that was, they had a statement on the news from their head CEO. Comcast said that the parks would be back up to 100%. So it's got to come back to normalcy sometime, Steve, right?
It's a slow process, but yeah, we're trying to get there.
Yes, it is. And but we will be offering masks at the monorail. I was told that yesterday. We will have masks out there if somebody does not have their mask when they get on the monorail. So we will be offering those.
Okay.
But that's pretty much it, Steve. That's all I got today. And you have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Thank you for the update there. And speaking of trying to get back to some semblance of normalcy, that's what, everybody's itching to be done with the pandemic life, right? But right now, they say that some of the necessary ingredients for a summer of carefree fun just are not there. First of all, the big picture, labor shortages, scrambled supply chains, simple logistics, all making it more difficult for a whole range of businesses to meet their post-pandemic demand. And it's going to make a hot back summer a little harder to pull off. First of all, they say with the airlines, it's not like pilots can just flip a switch and they throw the keys at us and we come back to work, right? The Airline Pilots Association said there's a lot involved in that. There's security aspects, there's training aspects, there's medical aspects. Anyone tried to rent a car recently? Rental car companies, they sold off most of their fleets during the pandemic when no one was renting. Now you've got the global chip shortage squeezing the supply of new cars, and it's much more difficult for the rental agencies to restock as demand is increasing for rental cars. I've heard several people talking about the cost to rent a car is like way off the charts right now. Not to mention everything's already booked. They say hotels, campsites, Airbnb rentals, all hard to come by right now, especially in some of the popular destinations. Live entertainment. If you're going to have a staycation, you may even have difficulty. Many smaller venues did not survive the pandemic, and they say mounting a stage production on a tour for a band is a lot of hard work. The industry can't just reopen on a week or 2 weeks' notice. We need 3 to 6 months, according to Dana Frank, the CEO of the historic First Avenue venue in Minneapolis. Restaurants, of course, they're having a hard time filling job openings, although the hospitality sector added more jobs than any other part of the economy last month. 292,000, about 2/3 of which were in food and drink industry, restaurant biz. Even pools, public pools in many parts of the country are having a hard time hiring lifeguards, they say. Many of them are limiting their hours of operation, or in some cases just keeping the pools closed. If you can't find a lifeguard, you can't have the pool. I think the lifeguard thing's been a growing problem for several years, though. Seems like I remember sharing some of that. With some of these, all your water parks, your amusement parks that have water parks attached. They got to have lifeguards at all those various stations there. There's just not enough of them to go around. All right, we'll get back. Let me see here. Get back with more of your calls just ahead at 844-844-3388. Let's see here. Quick news break here, and we'll come back with more as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The West is in the grips of a heat wave with record-setting temperatures and an elevated wildfire risk. The National Weather Service says temps in several western states could hit over 100 degrees over the next several days. Parts of the Southwest could see highs in the 120s, with multiple record highs expected to be broken. With much of the West already seeing drought conditions, red flag warnings have been issued in parts of 5 states, meaning critical fire conditions are occurring. A combination of strong winds and low humidity is expected, which could significantly increase the chances of a wildfire igniting. And Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell said Monday that Senate Republicans would block a Biden Supreme Court nominee in 2024 if the GOP were to win back control of the chamber. Speaking with radio host Hugh Hewitt, McConnell said that if a vacancy opens up in 3 years, he would take the same approach as he did in 2016 and not bring a nominee forward for a vote. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, let's jump right back to the calls here. Thanks for all those tuned in and hanging on. Rainmaker, what's going on this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I got good news. In August, I got my flight rebooked going back to Thailand, so I will be listening and calling you from my home in Thailand in August. The first time I tried to retire in April, but my first COVID test was like 38 minutes over the 72-hour trip. So I had to go back and do a second one. And then when I got my second results back, it was after my plane had already boarded and left, so I couldn't go. So I had to go back to work and wait and try a second time. So I got my flight booked for August, and I will be in my house in Thailand for retirement.
How long have you been waiting to go over there, Rainmaker?
Yeah,
how long have you been waiting?
I've had a house. Well, for about I'm 62, so I've been waiting to retire till I got 62 because I've been driving this truck for 44 years, so I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
So I had my plane booked for April, and like I said, they got to have a COVID test 72 hours before your flight. But I was 38 minutes over the 72, so I had to try a second test, and I didn't get the results back in time to go. So I wanted to call you yesterday about bumbling Biden because listening to the news on your show, he says, he's telling people to get vaccinated, right? We have plenty of vaccination. I think he means to say we have plenty of vaccines, not vaccination, right?
Right.
And have you watched them videos where he's over there in the G7? Have you seen all them videos?
I have not yet seen the videos, but I've seen the write-ups and whatnot. I was sharing some of those, his bumbling, inability to... Well, it's pretty much what he does on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah. Blaze Media and Fox News. I have the Fox News app, and then Blaze Media. I subscribe. I get the news stories, and they have a bunch of videos on there. And there's one where he's walking through like a outside tent covered area, and a news reporter tries to ask him a question, and he stops and gets ready to answer, but his wife goes, "Come on, Joel," and he still stops. So then she grabs him by his hand and pulls him. And then there's another way he's giving a talk to the news media, and one news reporter asked him a question about something, and then he kind of like lowers his head down real close to the mic, and he whispers, "It's 120 days." And he got snug with the reporter, and he just walks away from the podium. That's really... So, I used to have your email, because I used to send you news clips from the Blaze about different things, and if I could get you still have a different email now?
It's very simple. Steve@hotshotsecret.com.
Okay, all right. But if you get the Fox News app, they have a new political cartoon drawer. Oh, them cartoons are hilarious. There's one on there where, you remember Wizard of Oz, where don't look at the guy behind the curtain, right? Mm-hmm. They have 3 donkeys and Dr. Fauci saying, "Don't pay attention to the engineer man behind the curtain." And it shows some kind of virus-like guy with the Chinese flag. And then there's another one where you remember Don Quixote chasing windmills, right?
Right.
They got a picture of Joe Biden on a donkey with his spear, sword, whatever, and facing towards a windmill. And it says, Adventures of Woke something, and then it says, Man of Dementia. It shows Joe Biden trying to chase this stupid, white supremacy is the most lethal thing to America. And then in the background, you see the United States cities on fire from Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and stuff like that. And Joe Biden seeing that white supremacy is the worst thing for America right now. But get the Fox News app and look at them cartoons. There's a bunch of them, and they will make you laugh, okay?
Okay, I'll check that out. All right, well, thanks for the good news there, Rainmaker. Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Let me see here. Not sure who we got. Who's on the line?
Yeah, this is Vic, Steve.
Hello, Vic.
You were mentioning Trump, and I said Trump, and thought, well, I sure hope Steve doesn't think Trump's calling me, because I was thinking about Trump, Pelosi, and Watergate. But real quick, like all these satellite GPS satellites are putting up there. Remember, our autonomous vehicles are depending on those. Between those and the cameras, that's how they're supposed to operate there. And then really, when the guy was talking about, I forget who it was, it might have been Horse Feathers, talk about how the left, the way they operate and everything. And once they get on a subject, they just keep going and going and going. And I don't know if you seen lately where that in the last couple of days they're talking about that the Trump DOJ, Department of Justice, apparently Nancy Pelosi thinks he has committed some type of crime because he got some reporters' information trying to track down all the leaks. And it's like, well, those leaks, some of those were leaking some pretty critical information, the classified information, and they were committing a very serious crime, which oddly enough, that's what General Flynn and some of the others that were being investigated by the special prosecutor at the time. But to demonstrate how the left goes, quite often you'll see them all using the exact same synonym for something.
Mm-hmm.
And every time Nancy Pelosi brings up something about Trump being investigated, and he was investigated constantly, you'll notice she always inserts Watergate into it. It's always, well, this is like Watergate. Well, very few people are still around that actually remember Watergate. And the thing about Watergate was the reason many Republicans are irritated with John Dean. John Dean actually wanted the CIA to give him cover. I forget the exact incident, but he did do something illegal. But if it was correspondence between the CIA and the FBI, it would have been legal. And he requested someone at the CIA to basically say, well, this was part of the correspondence with the FBI. And the CIA said, not on your life, And I think that's really why he turned on Nixon. It's in the CIA and the FBI archives. And it's been a while since I read them, but I do remember that particular incident that turned. And what started that was Henry Kissinger was negotiating the Paris peace talks there in the Vietnam War, and somebody had leaked some critical information that upset his negotiations. Basically, he had the North Vietnam believing, and the China, Russia that were backing North Vietnam. As diplomats do, quite often not quite often, they always talk in riddles to try to put ideas in people's minds. And apparently he had structured something to where that he was making progress. And like I say, it's been a while since that's been around, but I do remember that incident happening because you were mentioning somebody calling in from Seymour in Edinburgh. I don't know if they meant Seymour, Indiana, and Edinburgh, Indiana, or not. That's down where I was in a reserve unit, Air Force Reserve unit, and across the road you had the Army Rangers there at Camp Atterbury. Anyway, long story short, we were activated and then deactivated because LBJ canceled the mission because somebody said we were going to be too mean to the Vietnamese. And anyhow, we were supposed to support the Rangers on mountaintops over there, the mountains that border Laos and Cambodia from China, to make sure that the people couldn't infiltrate across the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And so somebody told LBJ we were going to be too mean to him, but blowing up the tunnels and setting artillery on top of the mountains, and we could reach over into Cambodia and Laos and all that, and didn't have to depend on the weather. So anyway, he kind of canceled that. So when you were mentioning that, but the big thing is that the left, when they get on a subject, and that's like with Nancy Pelosi now, she's trying to start another investigation into Trump because he was trying to determine leaks Now, her real goal is to try another impeachment trial to keep Trump from really ever trying to run again for office. I mean, you see this stuff and you know right where she's wanting to go. But, what will happen, I don't know. But I'm trying to figure out how they're going to justify investigating somebody trying to find where classified leaks were occurring.
Taking place. And, and he had leaks from the very, very beginning. I mean, even when he tried to clean house in the White House, but yes, there was just consistently another leaker. Is it not fascinating that, to my knowledge, I don't think Joe Biden's had any sort of leaks whatsoever from his administration?
No, he has not. I haven't heard any at all. As a matter of fact, they're doing everything they can to cover it up there because, the whole Hunter Biden laptop, that was all forgotten about. They look how much trouble they're having with even investigating Fauci and this COVID thing and the Chinese labs and everybody involved in that. I mean, this is a very serious thing, and it's pretty obvious that this was now a genetically modified organism. I never can remember that term because I always remember weaponizing, what do they call that, ability enhancement or whatever it is they call it.
Gain of function.
It's a euphemism.
Gain of function research.
Right. There you go. Thank you, Steve. And it's like, there we go again. We're talking in riddles, just say they weaponized it. And then everybody will understand what they're talking about because they take a gene from another virus or bacteria or whatever that will make it more communicable or more deadly or something, but when they stick gain of function in there, that's kind of not a very threatening type term, and they get a lot of funding and everything. But anyway, back to what we were talking about, the investigations. Do you think they're ever going to really get a serious investigation going in that and seeing if the Obama-Biden administration back in 2014, which approved a lot of this stuff, do you think we'll ever go back and look at all that? I mean, I really don't.
Not under this administration. If someone else was in charge, whatever came of the Durham report? Did we? Barr steps aside. Durham was in charge. We were 2 months or less than 2 months away from the election in November. So they announced, well, we're not going to release anything now because it may interfere with the election. The election is long over. Where did that go? Is that also been suppressed? That's all I could figure. All righty, real quick, what's going on, Fly Rod?
Well, greetings and salutations, Mr. Steve Sommers. Good to hear you this morning.
What's going on?
Well, I trust you had a great weekend. I have some breaking news I need to report this morning. First of all, this is a live phone call. This is not a pre-recorded message. So we've been checking our inventory levels here at F&H Enterprises, and Steve, we've got a serious deficit that we need to make our listeners aware of. First of all, do you have any cicadas up there in the Cincinnati area?
A whole lot less than we had about a week ago, but there's still some here, yeah.
Okay, well, if you still have some, that's great news. Would you mind, when you get on the radio or the TV this morning, would you mind making an announcement to all the listening friends and anyone who's watching that we would appreciate each and every individual getting out there into your neighborhood, the kids and the neighbors, the dogs, all the truck drivers, convoy into your neighborhood. We know where you're at, Mr. Sommers, and just come in there with fly swatters and fly catchers, tennis nets, dream catchers, whatever it takes. wetbacks, drybacks, we need everyone to get on their hands and knees and start gathering up cicadas and collecting them and putting them into bags and shipping them to New Mexico ASAP.
You've got so many orders, so many recipe orders, you can't fill all your orders. Is that the problem?
That's the problem. But also, we're anticipating that, see, most folks seem to think that this July 4th celebration we're going to have, knocking the lungs out of Gilligan and the Big Goose and Pony Feathers and Brady the Brown-Stained Bushwhacker, they seem to think that they can just walk right on in for free, but we've told them over and over again, you cannot get tickets to this event without first purchasing the cookbook, Cooking with Cicadas, for $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. There's no other way to do it. So we're anticipating a huge influx of orders, Mr. Steve Summers.
I hear you.
So we need more cicadas. But I wanted to call and tell you that because it's important. And I know you're the man set for the job that can make this huge announcement for us.
Will you,
we appreciate you.
Will you accept the ones that are dead out there on the sidewalk and the driveway? Should I just sweep them up and put them in a bag for you?
Oh, actually, that I have another. Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because we found out the Big Goose. He gave us a recipe hint without knowing it. See, he likes pecans in his coffee, pecan hulls. Well, we came up with a pretty good idea. Neil did that. Heat waves decided that maybe we should just start using dried up dead cicadas for coffee. So we have formulated our own special coffee blend. It's called Decadent Coffee. And you know what's in the ingredients now. So with coffee, along with that, we've got ground up cicadas, and it's bursting with flavor, let me tell you.
I've heard they taste somewhat like almonds. Cicadas. That's what I have. I haven't tried any yet. I've heard that, though. And there, I'm looking at the clock, and you know what it is? It is that time of the morning once again. It's called phone reset time. So we got to take care of that. Let me get a couple of quick industry headlines while we see if this thing will dial up here real quick. All right, we already touched on the chemical plant fire there in Illinois, which they, again, say it's going to probably burn for several days. Hey, you just came through one big inspection blitz. But, of course, not to be outdone, there's another that the clock is ticking. It's just a couple of days away, or I should say couple of weeks away. Coming up here, this one will be CVSA's Operation Safe Driver Week. Mark your calendar, taking place the week of July 11th through the 17th, right on the heels of International Road Check. During the week-long effort, law enforcement across the country are going to be patrolling for commercial vehicle drivers and even passenger vehicle drivers engaging in risky driving behaviors in and around a commercial motor vehicle. This year, they tell us the emphasis of the blitz will be on speeding. Officers on the lookout for dangerous driving behaviors. They selected speeding this year because traffic fatalities are up in spite of the fact that the pandemic had reduced overall travel significantly. Numbers were up. The number of fatalities were up, believe it or not, in 2020. Data shows the traffic stops and interaction with law enforcement helps reduce problematic driving behaviors. By making contact with drivers during Operation Safe Driver Week, we aim to make our roadways safer. Yeah, think about that. When last time you got a speeding violation, did you start paying a lot more attention to how fast you were going? It seems like for a period of time, you'll really pay attention. Then it's back to the old habits die hard, right? All right, last year, top 5 traffic enforcement citations that were given to commercial vehicle drivers. during the 2020 Blitz. Speeding was number 1. Driving too fast for conditions. Number 2, failure to use seatbelt while operating commercial motor vehicle. Number 3, failure to obey a traffic control device. Number 4, using a handheld phone, aka texting. And number 5 was operation improper lane change. And let me see here. Right on the heels of that, you can go ahead and circle your calendar in the month of August. Yet another Blitz will be taking place. The CVSA's Brake Safety Week, this year scheduled for August the 22nd through the 28th. They also are giving a heads up, an additional unannounced one-day Brake Safety Enforcement Blitz is also going to be taking place sometime this year. You just never know what day that's going to be, but law enforcement will know when that day rolls around. All right, phones are back up and running there, by the way. I know we had several callers on hold. If you want to jump back on board, got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Okay, I was checking on the disturbance Philip was talking about. I was familiar with Bill off the East Coast, possibility watching very closely now for a high chance of development as far as tropical weather in the Gulf of Mexico. Now we're looking out. He said there was a wave coming off. This isn't normally the time of year where you see these waves having much of a chance of developing. Typically, it's further into the season when a lot of times every 2 or 3 days, a new wave comes off the coast of Africa. And those oftentimes eventually develop into tropical depressions, storms, hurricanes. And of course, with so much time over the open waters, oftentimes have a chance to rapidly develop. Now, right now, this wave may be far away enough from the dusts in its own environment to allow it to organize. Of course, you've got other factors that can hinder tropical development. Sea surface temperatures, wind change, or wind shear. The sea surface temperature, water temperatures ahead of this particular wave are marginal for development, they say. Once this wave reaches about 50 degrees west, it's going to run into much warmer water, though. But at that point, it may have to deal with more wind shear. All right. Right now, they're categorizing this tropical wave as potential for development is rather low. Where the center of tropical low forms in relation to 10 degrees north can also determine if an organized system develops or not. If the low forms to the north, it remains in the marginally warm water. If it forms a bit further south, it would be located over warmer waters. So this thing could wrap up a bit during the next couple of days. It will continue tracking to the west this week. It may bring some enhanced showers and thunderstorms to the eastern Caribbean this weekend or early next week. While tropical waves can form off the coast of West Africa this time of year, it's kind of uncommon. Like I said, normally it's later in July and August when you start seeing those. All right, news update, top of the hour has arrived. Get back to your calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States has passed another grim milestone in the pandemic, with 600,000 Americans having died from the virus. Deaths have still fallen off dramatically since a peak in January. The 7-day average has fallen nearly 90% since the winter peak. President Biden urged Americans who haven't yet gotten vaccinated to go get their shot.
My heart goes out to all those who've lost a loved one. I know that black hole that seems to consume you, that fills up your chest when you lose someone that's close to you that you adored. That's why I continue to say to America, if you've not been vaccinated, get vaccinated. Get vaccinated as soon as possible. We have plenty vaccinations, plenty of sites. We have more work to do to beat this virus.
This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
One of the country's largest mall owners is filing for bankruptcy. Tim Berg has more details.
Mall owner Washington Prime Group is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company that owns more than 100 shopping centers filing late Sunday, blaming the coronavirus pandemic for creating what it called significant challenges. The company's CEO saying restructuring will enable the company to right-size its balance sheet and position the company for success moving forward. The filing isn't a surprise, as retail analysts had noted that malls were struggling before the pandemic kneecapped in-store shopping. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Vermont has become the first state in the nation to reach 80% of its eligible population having received at least one shot. The Vermont Department of Health says over 440,000 Vermonters over the age of 12 have received at least one dose. The state reached that milestone on the same day that Governor Phil Scott rolled back his state's mask mandate and indoor capacity limits. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down. 3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
At this weekend's summit, the leaders of the G7 countries called for a new and transparent investigation into the origins of COVID-19, as called for in a recent report from the World Health Organization. That's something that seems difficult to accomplish with China refusing to cooperate. Congressman Michael McCall says he doesn't trust the WHO to conduct any further investigation. The Texas Republican tells Fox News that the organization has previously been willing to cover up the role of the lab in Wuhan in the pandemic.
I was pleased to see they focused a lot on China. But nothing really concrete came out of that. In fact, the only thing I saw concrete was a recommendation that the WHO, World Health Organization, investigate once again the lab in Wuhan, which we now believe is a source of COVID-19. I don't think this investigation can be done properly with the WHO, who's headed up by Director General Tedros, who's a hand-picked puppet of President Xi, and has demonstrated his ability over the last year and a half to cover everything up and never warn the public about a pandemic. And the cover-up was massive, Sandra, and many details there, but a massive cover-up. I don't trust them to be responsible for this important investigation.
And Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders says he won't support a bipartisan infrastructure proposal unveiled last week by a group of 10 senators. Sanders told reporters Monday evening that the bill is not big enough to address the country's needs. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Final hour off and rolling. As we're officially into a Tuesday, 15th day of June. There you go. Mid-June already? All right, there's been a lot of talk about ransomware, cyber attacks. When that was big in the news with the Colonial Pipeline attack here a few weeks ago. I think it was Pappy that chimed in, and we were talking about the time, at some point in time, they're going to go after the power grid. And indeed, that's kind of big in the news. When the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power was hacked in 2018, apparently it took a mere 6 hours. Early this year, apparently an intruder lurked in hundreds of computers related to water systems across the U.S. In Portland, Oregon, burglars installed malicious computers onto a grid providing power to a chunk of the northwestern U.S. Two of those cities, L.A. and Portland, were actually tests, they say. The water threat was real. It was discovered by cybersecurity firm Dragos. All three of these drive a point home that we've known for a long time, but until recently, very little appreciated, which is the digital security of U.S. computer networks controlling the machines that produce and distribute water and power is woefully inadequate. A low priority for operators and regulators, which poses a terrifying national threat. If we have a new world war tomorrow, and we've got to worry about protecting infrastructure against a cyber attack from Russia or China, then no, we're not where we need to be. According to the co-founder of Nizami Network, a control system security company, hackers oftentimes do it for profit. Espionage has long threatened American information systems, but in the last 6 months, they've targeted companies running operational networks, as we know, like the Colonial Pipeline fuel system. These are the systems where water can be contaminated, a gas line can spring a leak, a substation can explode. The threat's been around for at least a decade and fears about it for a generation, but cost, and in most cases, just indifference, didn't prompt any action. It's not entirely clear why ransomware hackers, those who use malicious software to block access to a computer system until a sum of money has been paid, have recently moved from small-scale universities, banks, and local governments to much bigger things like energy companies, meatpacking plants, and utilities. Experts suspect there's increased competition and bigger paydays, as well as potential foreign government involvement. That shift now is finally drawing some serious attention to the problem. We can go back over 20 years ago when we knew some of these threats were coming to fruition. Much of the infrastructure running technology, the systems we have right now, is too old for sophisticated cybersecurity tools. Ripping and replacing hardware is costly, but as service outages are costly as well. Now, if we don't do it right, we may actually make it worse. It could actually increase a network's exposure to hackers. Although the Biden administration's budget includes $20 billion to upgrade the country's grid, that comes after a history of shoulder shrugging from federal and local authorities, even where companies in under-regulated sectors like oil and gas have prioritized cybersecurity. They've been met with very little support. Take the case of One Gas Incorporated out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thunder Pearson was overseeing a cybersecurity there in January of last year when his team was alerted to malware trying to enter their operational system. The side that controls natural gas traffic across Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas. For 2 days, his team was in a dogfight with the hackers who were moving laterally across the network. Ultimately, Pearson's team managed to get the intruders out. One Gas learned it was dealing with malware capable of executing ransomware, exploiting industrial control systems, and harvesting user credentials. At the core were digital footprints found in some of the most malicious code in the last decade. Pearson said, I tried to bring the data to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, but they would only accept it on a compact disk. His system couldn't burn the data onto a CD. When he alerted the Department of Homeland Security and sent it through a secure portal, he never heard back. They were convinced a nation-state operator had just attacked a regional natural gas provider. So he gave a presentation to the Department of Homeland Security and the Departments of Energy and Defense and the intelligence community. He says, we never heard back. We got zero. And that was what was really surprising. Not a single individual reached back out to find out more about what happened to One Gas. Nobody seems to be paying attention. It's going to be a rude awakening at some point in time. Back to the calls here. Hello, Noisemaker. What's going on?
Good morning, Steve. You know, you were talking about rental cars and vacation and the shortage of labor, and I'm experiencing that. Been going to Myrtle Beach for the past 8 years, and we drive down, my granddaughter and my wife, and it seems like I drive with all the stops 12 hours down, 12 hours back. I'm losing 1 day of my 8-day vacation driving, so the past 2 years, we fly down there with one of your discount airlines.
Yeah.
And when we get there, we rent a car for 8 days, 7 days there, and 1 day getting back to Cleveland. And I was looking forward to it. I started looking at rental cars back in April. I try to get a Chevy Tahoe or a Ford Explorer. And every one that says sold out. Now, I don't know if they're all rented or did they sell them off. Your small four-door compact cars for 7 days, $1,049.
Whoa.
It's like
wow.
ridiculous.
Now that's
$1,039.
That's something that would have been more like what, $500?
$480, and then for 8 days, and I belong to one of those membership stores.
Yeah.
I belong in Northeast Ohio. We have BJ's, and I pay $320. Is what I would normally pay, but I give up looking. And where I stay, you know, there's days that you want to be there all day long and not go out to eat, you know, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the resort. When I book the reservations, I always do it on Black Friday. You know, their website shows a nice restaurant and steak dinners, and then all of a sudden it disappeared, and I called down there because all they say now is breakfast and lunch. And they told me, unless we get any help, there's not going to be any dinner. You know, it's like, kind of like, you got to be kidding me. We're still going. I guess I'm driving. But, you know, it's going to be, you know, it's nice getting on a plane in Cleveland, and within 2 hours, I'm picking up my rental car, and 2.5 hours, I'm at the pool, you know. So it's not going to be like that this year. jog your memory about something. You and your father used to play. You remember Damn It, Ray?
Absolutely, yeah. Charlie Douglas.
Yeah, I haven't heard it in a long time. Who performs that? Because I want to look for it on YouTube.
That was Charlie Douglas.
Charlie Douglas. Damn
Charlie
It, Ray.
Douglas, it was called
the three-stool privy,
Yep.
and they turned the little store into a bus station, and they had a big celebration. What was it, Charlie Douglas, you say?
Charlie Douglas. It was the CD or album or cassette, whatever. I don't know, whatever you can. It was called Me and Damn It Ray, Longtime Friends.
Okay, I got to check that out. I haven't heard that in a long time, and I've been thinking about it.
Yep.
But with that, I want to thank you for helping me out on that, Steve, and you have a good morning when you get to it.
Those were the old 10-minute comedy bits where you had the one about the plant, the plant and bugle, and like I said, the three-hole. You'd get into that 3 to 4 a.m. hour. The calls would nobody be on hold, and Dad would be like, "We'll fill 10 minutes with this," and he'd play that. So that you knew it was a kind of a slow on the phones moment. When he'd play Me and Damn It Ray. Give you a chance to just pass a little time. Yep. All right, who's next up here? What's going on with the heat wave?
Good morning, senor. I'm just heading to work right now. Yeah, I talked to Fly Rod. I don't have room for any of those darn cicadas up there. I don't have any storage facilities. I don't even have any refrigerated facilities, so I sure hope you found something out here for that, because I know I can't find it. I'm barely lucky enough to keep my house cool with all the hot weather.
Yeah, it's been hot, yes.
Yeah, hey, I texted you yesterday to see if I could use your name on an interview that I found out I'm going to be involved in on Thursday. I just want to make sure it's okay if I use your name.
I don't know if you should or not, Heatwave. I don't think they'd probably be fond of that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, okay. I'll just leave you out of the conversation.
Well, they'd probably hit they'd hit the dump button if you did, you know.
Yeah, he probably would, I guess. So, all right. But other than that, it was hotter than all get out again yesterday, and being 1,000 feet higher than what Albuquerque is, it doesn't make any matter, because hot is hot. And right now I'm heading to the shop, and I'm about 2 miles away, and it's 82 degrees out here. So it's still warm, but I think it's uncomfortably warm unless you're in a tent. You got nothing on but your skivvies. I wouldn't want to be out here. Hey, listen, Nick was talking yesterday about hydrogen, and he was talking about the Hindenburg, and I knew something wasn't quite right about his conversation on that, and I believe it was helium that the Hindenburg was full of. And before World War II came around, they had a contract with West Texas for West Texas helium because it wasn't explosive. If you go ahead and, you got the helium balloons today, if you, inhale it, well, it's not going to do anything but make your voice go up higher, and I don't think it's flammable. But what Germany had at that time was the flammable helium, and since they couldn't get it from Texas, that's what they filled their dirigibles with. And of course, we all know what happened: a lightning strike here and a spark there, and kaboom! Everybody came down in a blaze of glory, so to speak. But I believe it was helium. So. I
always thought it was hydrogen. That's what I always heard.
Well, I had heard it was helium. So I guess maybe I ought to go back in the books and study up on that. But I believe it was helium. So, because I've never seen anything full of hydrogen float. You know, we don't hear about hydrogen-filled balloons,
Mm-hmm.
you know, that would float. You know, NASA uses their weather balloons out of Santa Rosa, New Mexico, and they use helium in them, I think. So, I'm just looking around for traffic right now. Jeez. I tell you what, them people, they really want to jump on us. You know, truck drivers are dangerous drivers. Well, some of us are. You know, just like there are dangerous drivers in the four-wheeler community. And we're all going under the assumption that everything is optimal. The driver, the vehicle, the tires, the brakes, everything, you know. And a lot of folks say, well, I don't trust anybody as far as I can throw them, especially on the road. And it's like, you know, actually, you do. You trust that they're in a lot better shape than what they probably are. So, not really looking forward to all these inspections, but, you know, Yellow's doing pretty good with keeping their safety record up, so it's not like I'm going to be in trouble anywhere anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
But, so, yeah, I just want to make sure that I had your okay, and I understand. We'll just keep quiet about that and go on with the interview without you. So,
fair enough. Yep.
All righty, senor. I need to let you go. I'm here at the yard.
All
So
right.
You have yourself a great morning.
Have a good morning. Good to hear from you there, heat wave. Out there dealing with the heat wave, no less. All right, let me jump on over here to, I don't know, is it Bill? Would that be the handle, the name?
Well, once again, your call screwed it up. It's Gilligan. I guess I
Okay.
should just quit arguing with you. What do you think? Well, I want to point out once again, the heat wave's wrong. It was a hydrogen blimp that blew up. The Hindenburg was filled with hydrogen. In fact, that's why they went to helium, was because of that disaster with the Hindenburg. Yeah, up to that point, they was using hydrogen, but then they realized how explosive it really was. Hydrogen is actually half the weight of helium. They're the two lightest elements on Earth. A lot of people don't realize that. I took a little chemistry in high school. That's how I know that. There's a periodic table that shows the weight of each element. But, I want to touch on something else. You talked about that school board member down there in Fairfax doing that commencement speech, right?
Mm-hmm.
The crazy thing she was stating. And look, that's nothing new out of Fairfax County. It's a Falls Church there. That is a very, very liberal area. You are just on the outskirts of D.C.
Okay.
That's Northern Virginia for you. They have really went black job out there. Loudoun County, Fairfax County, that whole area in there. Loudoun County is actually further to the west from D.C. from Fairfax County. That's, yeah. But, all right, well, on a lighter note, GMA Enterprises will be selling tickets to the big match. And we will be accepting Gillicoins as payments if we can ever get this thing off the ground. We're reaching out to Sex Maniac that maybe he could come in and take care of our technical side of things. I'm sure he'd fit right in with our program.
Mm-hmm.
If he would just come in, we've upgraded our computer systems. We was running Windows 98, but we have upgraded to Windows 7. That's the latest technology we can find in our part of West Virginia. So it should be able to handle it. What do you think? You think we'll do something there?
Yeah, sounds like a plan there, Gilligan.
Well, also, Fly-Rod seems to be talking all this smack, but I have never got the official okay to be the Big Moose's partner in the wrestling match. And I would like appreciate some confirmation from them. But we know he probably don't need it with them two clowns going up against him, Dink and Doink, you know. Doink was running his mouth there pretty heavily there a little while ago. So, you know, I just heard Dink going there. You know, I don't know. I think they're Dink and Doink disguise. What do you think?
All right, Gilligan. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. You know what? I shared the story last week about even with all the shutdowns. I mean, and it wasn't just the U.S. It was a global thing. Lockdowns, shutdowns. Yeah, millions and millions of people working from home. Businesses, we all know what happened. And with all that taking place on a global scale, apparently nothing occurred as far as any sort of lesser amount of CO2 in the atmosphere. How is that possible? All those internal combustion engines idled, factories shut down. Ronald Kessler tries to explain. He said, "This is the fact. The myth that we, aka humans, are causing global warming is shattered. If you wondered whether human activity really contributes to global warming, you don't have to wonder anymore." Buried inside editions of the Washington Post and a few other newspapers were the stories reporting that despite major declines in carbon emissions during the pandemic, carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere were virtually unchanged. Reporting on carbon dioxide measurements by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Observatory in Mauna Loa, Hawaii. The Washington Post story said, economics worldwide nearly ground to a halt over the 15 months of the pandemic, leading to a startling drop in global greenhouse gas emissions. New, but the idle airplanes, the boarded up stores, the quiet highways apparently barely made a dent in the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which, according to scientists, reached the highest levels since accurate measures began 63 years ago. In other words, the message cannot be clearer. Drastic, unprecedented cutbacks in carbon dioxide emissions from human activity will do nothing to combat what has been an increase of 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit in average global temperature since before the Industrial Revolution. And, to correlate that is President Biden's entire climate agenda that would add trillions of dollars to the government budget is entirely based on a myth. To be sure, scientists who subscribe to the climate change agenda have tried to explain away these startling findings. People may be surprised to hear that the response to the coronavirus pandemic hasn't done more to influence CO2 levels. Virtually no change in atmospheric carbon dioxide during the pandemic. But the buildup of CO2 is a bit like trash in a landfill. As we keep emitting, it keeps piling up. He tries to say the crisis has slowed emissions, but not enough to show up perceptibly at Mauna Loa. Let me see. Emissions initially began to drop last year. Scripps scientists offered another explanation for the failure to see a change, that the The gases trap heat from the planet's surface that would otherwise escape into space. I'm not going to bore you with what the scientists on the global warming agenda have to say. They're all hypothesizing. It's a hypothesis, not scientifically proven. You tell me the amount of fossil fuels that were consumed in 2020 were exponentially lower, yet no change in atmospheric CO2. It's the big lie. But with that, we'll get a quick break in here. News break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The West is in the grips of a heat wave with record-setting temperatures and an elevated wildfire risk. The National Weather Service says temps in several western states could hit over 100 degrees over the next several days. Parts of the Southwest could see highs in the 120s, with multiple record highs expected to be broken. With much of the West already seeing drought conditions, red flag warnings have been issued in parts of 5 states, meaning critical fire conditions are occurring. A combination of strong winds and low humidity is expected, which could significantly increase the chances of a wildfire igniting. And Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell said Monday that Senate Republicans would block a Biden Supreme Court nominee in 2024 if the GOP were to win back control of the chamber. Speaking with radio host Hugh Hewitt, McConnell said that if a vacancy opens up in 3 years, he would take the same approach as he did in 2016 and not bring a nominee forward for a vote. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for a free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. youthfountain.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
All righty, back at it here. And final segment here on a Tuesday morning. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. Let me look up at the call screener here. Could it actually be? Could it actually be?
Fasten your seatbelt, mister.
Hell, it took you long enough to get in here and say hello. I believe this is episode 112, Lobster.
I can't count that high, okay? Good morning and congratulations on your well-ensconced new show.
Yep.
You seem to be doing well, and I apologize for the opportunity not have been able to call. My last bid was at 9 a.m. in the morning. Current bid 7 a.m. in the morning, but this week I'm in a hotel in Albany, New York for some training, so I'm up early.
Okay.
You're the lucky guy.
How about that?
Gee, can't you tell? Yes. I take it. I love the pictures that I see on Facebook. Your family looks like they're doing great. And that's always, nice to see those pictures.
And I see your post.
What else is new and exciting?
I see your post on Facebook where you're still trying to piss people off on a daily basis.
It's a gift. That's it. I love to irritate people. Come on.
He wakes up in the morning
I'm not
thinking,
as bad as I used to be.
He wakes up in the morning thinking, who can I get under their skin today?
Yeah. Have I gotten under your skin?
Oh, normally I respond if you do, so I think you hadn't pissed me off too bad as of late, so.
I think most of your responses lately have been chuckles.
Yep, exactly.
Kind of giggling at some of my nonsense. But no, this week they finally corralled me and begged me to get qualified to pull the double 48-foot trailers on the New York State Thruway. So you have to do one-on-one training with some outside company to certify your safety record and all that other tomfoolery, so you can have your final permit granted. So it's extra money. I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Another challenge and all that. In the vein of Doc Holliday, I did hear an earlier clip on hold. The reason some of the greenhouse emissions are elevated, it occurs on Wednesdays mostly, after Taco Tuesday. What you thinking, Cap on?
It's as simple as that. Okay. I should have known. You may be the smartest man in the world, right? In Doc Holliday's realm.
I'm not even close to Doc Holliday. I can't spell Doc. Again, I'm not an educated man, but I try to have a little bit of fun out here.
Yeah.
And I do look at the posts on your page and all that. In all honesty, I have gotten to the point with politics and the news and all that. I seldom ever turn my TV on anymore. I listen more to my audio books and that during the day. I don't talk on the phone a whole lot these days. It's just the political climate the last few years, I lost friends over silliness, and I just don't want to get involved in that kind of stuff anymore. And I feel bad that it's divided so many people.
Yeah.
You know what? We're Americans. We're great people. We have the ability, being majority Christian country. Come on, we can get along with people and agree to disagree. The best example I ever saw in my political views growing up of politicians that could get along was the conversations Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan would have. Some of the fiercest political opponents. But at the end of the day, they hung their jackets up and could sit down and have a beer and respect each other as human beings and set their politics aside. And we lost some of that. Just, all right, I put stuff out to provoke people's thought, but am I a liberal? Hell no. Am I a conservative? Much, much more so. But if you're different than me, doesn't mean I have to hate you. And I don't know what happened to us. What happened to us, Steve? You're not a hating person. You never have been. What's your view on that?
The country's just more divided now than I think I've seen it in my entire lifetime, Lobster. But the hardcore left liberals are really so much more. I don't know, maybe more outspoken now, but trying to force their leftist agenda down our throat. That's what I see as the biggest problem. You got the cancel culture. You got the woke crowd. You got the reason I'm sitting here 3 days after the election. I mean, technically, hey, this is the first time I've talked to you since, Joe Biden, quote, won the election.
That's true. And it's been interesting, that's for sure. And I look at it this way. The Democrats for 4 years beat their chest and screamed bloody murder that Trump was going to destroy our country. Trump didn't destroy our country. And I'm praying, and the Republicans, in my opinion, are showing more restraint, are going to sit back and, again, pray that Biden doesn't destroy this country, and we'll have another cycle. And maybe in our next election cycle, if we can survive this through civility, that we can really come together and work at the issues of this country. There's no need to hate anybody. I don't hate, I've got 2 or 3 people in my whole life in almost 58 years that I can say I truly hate. And the politicians aren't one of them.
Fair enough. And I know I'm not one of them. So.
No, good Lord. Even if you call me a moron, we still laugh at it, Steve. I'd love an opportunity to sit and have a beer with you, next time we get together. Again, to disagree with somebody or have a different view, I think, enhances life. Now, the guy that I'm training, that they hired this outside consulting company for this training, I don't agree with him on everything else. But if I sit there and get belligerent with this guy and all that, at the end of the day, he's one of God's creatures. He's a God-worshiping man. That's his thing. And to hate the man, no. I disagree with some of his situations that we go through, but at the end of the day, I'm a human and I'm capable of being civil.
Well, then that's when you just call him a moron. Do like Steve does. You just tell him he's a moron.
Nah, see, that's not even deep down who you really are. That's a lot of radio shtick at times. Come on, Steve, you're a really decent guy, and you know it, and you amplify it for the ha-ha effect, and I understand that. You're a really good guy. Don't believe all the hype out there, people. And Steve, I want to say thank you very much for having me on the show. I will attempt to call you a little more often and all that, but I need to get ready for work. Have a great day.
All right. Yeah, good luck with the new gig. Twin 48s on the New York Thruway. My. Yes, first time since my previous gig speaking to Lobster. He knows he's a liberal at heart. Concerns about increased violence and crime continue to fuel a surge in gun purchases and background checks. The trend, how many years can we go back now? The FBI set a record in the month of May for background checks. Latest data suggests this year, 2021, is going to be another record year for background checks and sales, topping the nearly 40 million checks last year. According to the Washington Examiner, 3.22 million background checks were performed in the month of May. Now, that was down from 3.51 million in April, but it was actually up 4% from the month of May last year, where it was a 3.09 million. Inventory, as most of you well know, inventory of firearms is low. Availability of ammunition is scarce due to the demand for weapons. Today, our clients are buying anything that's not nailed down. And if it is nailed down, some are buying pry bars. According to the owner of Fouquet Gun and Gold in North Carolina, we are selling whatever we can get in stock pretty much as quickly as it comes in. It typically goes right back out the door. All right. Yes, the trend that continues. Horse feathers. How was that hearing from Lobster?
Oh, there you go, Your Honor. I don't want to disagree with Lobster. I think who you are is who you are. I don't think you put on anything special for the show. I've met you out on a cruise. I don't think you're any different there. I think if you think somebody's a moron out in the public, you're going to call them a moron out in the public. I don't see any difference with that from being on the show. I don't know. What do you think?
Hey, I think I'm pretty straightforward here, and I'm pretty straightforward out there. I may bite my tongue in a public venue a little bit, but...
Well, the thing is, it depends on if you're within arm's reach of the princess. When you're getting ready to call somebody a moron, she's going to smack you in the back of the head for doing it, right?
She's been known to grab my arm and drag me off on more than one occasion.
Yeah, I know. Been there, done the same thing. So, anyways, I got to agree with Gilligan and disagree with the heat wave. And you there. I'm pretty sure that the Hindenburg was filled with hydrogen because
yes, it was.
I'm pretty sure if you look on the periodic table, hydrogen is the very first element, which, as Gilligan was saying, that makes it the lightest element.
I mean, I was going through I went through the Wikipedia thing, and they go through. I guess they never for certain figured out how the fire actually started. There was the theory that hydrogen was ignited by a static spark. That's the most widely accepted theory determined by official crash investigations. And they go through all these other hypotheses. Was it sabotage? Was it incendiary paint? There was a puncture hypothesis. Was it a fuel leak? But yes, it was hydrogen.
Yeah. Well, I would have to go that somewhere or another there was a leak that allowed the right fuel to oxygen mixture. I mean, we went through this, a week or two ago. We were talking about fuel and oxygen ratio mixtures to be the right percentage enrichment. And I, with where it was with the tethering to the ground in that, I wouldn't be beyond the static. Now, what caused the static spark? I mean, when lightning comes, I mean, you have static that goes from the ground to the sky as the lightning comes from the sky to the ground. So the reason for the static, but being in the environment I'm in, I would be more to guess that it was in the static range, just from the things I know of. But hey, I'm just a truck driver. I'm not a professional person to give an opinion of that nature, of anything like that, more than a truck driver knows. But anyways, hey, we were talking a little bit about the masks and stuff, and we ventured out to the zoo down there in Maryland. The zoo's about, 6-8 miles north of downtown. So you don't go into downtown for the zoo. So we still kind of go there, but we don't venture much into the downtown facility itself, into different things down there. But the masks were actually required to walk through the entry gate. You didn't have to have the masks on in the parking lot, and you didn't have to have the masks on the other side of the entry gate. But to go through the entry gate, you actually had to have a mask on. Not that you were near anybody, but you had to put your mask on for that 6 feet. And then inside the zoo, on the indoor places, they wanted you to have the masks on, and it was an absolute requirement to have the masks on in the primate house, where the chimpanzees, the monkeys, and the lemurs and all that, because they're such close relatives to us that they're afraid of them getting COVID. So they're all in the same, all the air circulation and all that is all circulated around out with the people and then back in with the primates and all that. So I take it they don't give the primates the COVID vaccination. Is that what we're kind of taking from that? Are these zoos? Are the zoos? I mean, have they looked at this at all? I mean, is there anything to say whether all these animals, what's happened out in the animal world with all this COVID? I mean, all this COVID is around, and are we losing the silverback gorillas and the chimpanzees and the orangutans and all that out in the world? Are they all going to be extinct now because of COVID-19? Or what's going to happen with all our animals out?
You remember there? Early on when there were actually, they found some lions or tigers, whatever it was. Some cats supposedly had come down with COVID. I remember reporting on the first dog that had supposedly passed away from COVID, who had picked it up from their owner. They were telling people for a while there that if you're diagnosed with COVID, keep your distance from your pets, just like you do other members of your household.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering, since that point of that reporting, we haven't heard anything, but I was just wondering, because we're up to 600 million people or something in the United States. But what's happened with all the zoos and and across the country and around the world and all these wild animals that should be such closely related to us? Shouldn't they have had the same problems with COVID that we did?
I guess they should be.
I was wondering how all that worked.
They should be dropping like flies, right? That is a good question. And it was 600,000. That's the benchmark. Crossed over 600,000 dead in the U.S. I guess the number was breached yesterday. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Damn it, Ray, and the talking outhouse. Now, we got that all over the place now because people will be in there and the telephone rings and all you hear is people talking. Just some weird conversations sometimes. They think you're talking to them, all right? I don't hate anyone, but I hate their driving habits. And I know people that just won't never shut up either. They just blah, 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 constantly 100 mile an hour. I'm not calling any names either. And Jeff Bezos is playing the Dukes of Hazzard here in Memphis today. They had an Amazon Prime truck on the side of the road down there, and they was taking all the boxes out of the back of his trailer there with a bunch of blue lights in behind him there. So I guess they was hauling some dope or something.
Uh-oh.
I don't know whether have you touched on the I-55 bridge update?
No, I have not. No. Is there something I missed? Something new?
Coming into Memphis there?
Yeah.
Well, it used to, when you crossed the 55 bridge coming south into Memphis, you had a one-lane exit that went to the right. And it continued on 55 that way, and Crump Boulevard went straight on. They've got 2-lane exit now, so it's easing the traffic coming into Memphis a little bit. Hopefully, won't be near as many backups as there were. So, and that's all of my baloney for today. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers, and kick this thing on to the house, brother.
Well, you get to be the one to close it out for us here on a Tuesday morning. There you go. Yeah, real quick, for the gentleman that called, I think it was Fred that called earlier and said, I can't find you. I can't find you. So obviously he had us somewhere, but I did a Google search or whatever. If you've got your iPhone, you got your Android phone, you can download the app from the respective app stores. You type in overnightdriveradio.com. You got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, YouTube, same with Facebook, overnightdriveradio.com. There's an audio stream you can listen to there. You've got the Hot Shot Secret YouTube channel. And, of course, as we say, you've got all the various podcast services out there. Yeah, for those who, don't necessarily catch us live between midnight and 5, I think there's more people that actually maybe tune in and listen to it after the fact on the podcast. Yeah, they do when we're actually live and in Technicolor. But, yeah, it's been a good morning. Have yourself a safe day, and we'll check things out the midnight hour tonight. All the latest. Hope you'll join us here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.